Oh god, my throat. Hey, it's me, Fine Amazing. I'm back. So today we're just gonna. Well, we're at the final dungeon essentially. So yeah, we're pretty much at the end of Fairy Fencer F. So before we enter the final dungeon, we're gonna go back to town and like talk to everyone. I did do some off-screen grinding where I was able to actually unlock everyone's spells and perimeters, except for the combos, because that one requires us to get like S rank fairies, and we haven't got an S rank yet. So because of that, it's like yeah, we're kind of stuck where we're at right now. Oh, so yeah, I'm just gonna go back to town, talk to everyone, and then we're gonna go to the final dungeon and just play Druid. And if we do finish the game early, I will start the New Game Plus run, and I will show you guys like some changes they did to the New Game Plus, because I remember there was like some events that will play out when you do certain requirements in the New Game Plus run and whatnot. So yeah, that's all I have to say. So let's just get to the game. All right, let's do this. My heart feels light. Bang. I'm terribly sorry. It's my fault that you ended up like this. No, it's not. You don't need to apologize for things that aren't your fault. Hee hee, thank you. Talking to you makes my heart feel light. Sorry to keep this from you for so long, but I actually have a hidden secret. What do you say? I never expect you to have a hidden secret. When it comes to fairy, my intellectual curiosity overrides my common sense, which means I may have an addiction. Everyone knows that. Yeah, that's that's so obvious, Harley. All right. Let's see. I have made up my mind as well. My life is in your hands. Pops. All right, just leave it to me. When this is over, I'll feed you all the delicious food you can handle. Looks like things have gotten pretty dicey, eh? Yeah, but No, we're gonna end this for good. That's the spirit, Fang. You rock. My life is all yours, eh? The final battle is about to start. Do you have everything you need? Blanky, hanky, medicine for insect bites? I'm not going on a field trip or something. Why the hell do we need medicine for insect bites? Well, you never know what to expect, so I'm just being cautious. I mean, there might be some like dangerous bug enemies, so having medicine for that will probably be great. Bang. Can you really turn tadpoles into frogs? That's amazing. You didn't know that tadpoles turn into frogs? Tadpoles turn into frogs? Frogs used to be tadpoles? That's amazing. Uh, yeah, it's because she literally grew up just knowing how to kill. So she doesn't know anything else. So yeah, I don't blame her. Just stole. Whoa, you surprised me. What the heck did you shout that just now? Oh, so Chesto, well, yes, you can kind of translate it into chest. The idea of it is that it's supposed to be like a battle cry. Like you just shout something to emphasize like your attack, like it's going to be strong and such. Like it's not meant to be like, oh, this attack is called chest. It's more like, no, it's like a battle cry to like emphasize the fact that the blow you're going to do is going to be a strong one. So it's like it gives it oomph essentially. Like it's kind of similar to like, you know, like in kung fu movies, like they will often say like, you know, ah ta 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 sort of thing. That's pretty much the same case. It's an actual like concept. in martial arts, but I just don't remember what the Japanese term for it was. But it is something that they do, and that's why you have a bunch of like battle cries in some animes, like, you know, ora ora, muda muda. You have Fist of the North Star with atatata, that sort of stuff and whatnot. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Sorry for the noise. I saw a spider and I was just about to squish it. Now for the final battle. I can't really take you seriously when you say that. I think your looks are the problem. My looks. Oh, I see. I'm so handsome that I stick out like a sore thumb on the field of battle. No, you look ridiculous. It's time then. Yeah, it is. I can't lose now. I understand. Pippin and I will give our all as well. The fate of the world rests in your hands. German is a fool. Strength alone is not enough. Even if he contains the vile powers he seeks, it will only lead to destruction. Damn it, right? I'm gonna crush his plans and show him what real power is all about. You're a very reliable person, Fang. I'm glad I decided to join you. Hey, were you surprised when you found out that I was actually a fairy? Well, duh. Why do you stay silent this whole... Why do you stay quiet this whole time? Because everyone else let their guard down if they think I'm just a normal kid. It's pretty useful. Thanks for being fooled too. I mean, I guess, like, if it's just like a regular ass kid, then they just kind of treat her as like, oh, it's just a kid, like, she's just goofing around sort of thing despite being like a business person. That makes sense. I understand that. Yeah, we'll just buy 2 of each. There you go. Okay, that's cute. Alright, let's keep that. That's not it. This one.
50回記念だ。貴様、そのようなことで浮かれておるのか。この知れ者が。 50回など単なる通過点に過ぎん。どうせならもっと、いや、別に100回や200回なら祝ってよいなどとは言っておらぬ。貴様と共に戦い200回か。貴様も以前よりは使えるようになったようだ。これに甘んじず、これからも我を手本に精進するがよい。貴様はこの程度で満足してよいものではない。
There we go. Oh wait, I need to do the... Fuck, hold on. Yeah, this seems like a decent party setup. Alright. Okay. I think we're fine, because there's not really much for us to do at the moment. Because I don't want to do like the DLC dungeons until like later on. Like, maybe when we do our New Game Plus run part 2. You know, like, we played the game for a third time sort of thing. I feel like that would be, like, a more decent challenge. Because I'm kind of curious if the DLC dungeons will have, like, bosses in them. Because I know, like... Because I know in this one, when we were, like, looking around, there was literally no boss in it. This one, I'm assuming there might be one, unless there isn't. And then you have this one here that seems to be there's a bunch of strong enemies in there in general. I am curious about what the DLC dungeons have to offer outside of like, you know, just having super tough enemies and it breaks like the level cap and such. Oh, damn, that's like... It's gonna be long then. There's like 5 floors to it. And it's filled with a bunch of encounters. Which makes me more curious about what kind of enemies would we meet if we did this. Okay, so there is new enemies. I thought there would just not be anything new. Because I feel like, yeah, we're at the end of the game. I don't think they're gonna like change the encounters too much. But it seems like there is. Alright, let's do this.
やはりフューリーとフェイスドロップだけでは邪神を目覚めさせることはできないか。
邪神の封印を解くにはその血を継ぐ者、邪神の娘の存在が不可欠、そう言ったはずですが。
そうでしたね。ですが、だったらあなたでもいいんじゃないですか。あなたも邪神の血を受け継ぐ者、邪神の末裔だ。
残念ながら生贄は女だと昔から決まっていましてね。
He doesn't want to do it because he doesn't want to die. Like, I'm calling him out.
なるほど。まあ、慌てることはない。邪神の娘は自らここにやってきます。その体に流れる忌まわしい血に導かれてね。
来たぞ。天への傷橋だ。
おそらくこれが最後の戦いになるだろう。我々にとってもドルファにとっても。
どうした旦那。なあお前ら、本当にいいのか。
どういう意味じゃ。
ここまで俺のわがままでお前たちを引っ張ってきちまったけどいいのか。本当に死ぬかもしれないんだぞ。
何を言い出すのかと思えば。
何を言ってるの今さら。
そうや、わいらは何も後悔してへん。これからもや、何があってもついていくで旦那に。
そういうことだよパンダ君。そういうことだよパンダ君。
あ、泣いとるやんか旦那。
違うわい、目に虫が入っただけだ。
Of course. But that is an interesting, like, crying expression. I didn't really see any tears out of it, but it is interesting.
青玉。修正く。さーてと、うりゃおまけ叩き割る。
測らせてもらおう。あ、それ。あ、まだ。さて行くよ。よっとせい。
あるぞアリ。うりゃくらえ。消えろ。
変身したい。
まだだ。
Wait, I don't hear Aaron. Like, straight up, I don't hear her voice.
痛いよ。おまけだよ。いいデータが取れた。
Is her voice just completely absent at this point because of her being inside of Fang? But we can still use our sword and magic, so There's no way she's gonna be silent forever, yeah?
定石だね。
やるぞアリン。はっ消えろ。こいつで。はっそこだ。どうだ。
さて、おそれ。つなぐ。はっ。よいしょ。任せて。いくよ。ややややや。よいしょ。今よ。はい、終わり。働かざる者こうべからず。
Oh, the glasses is so cute.
宝箱。うさぎ。ジャンプ。
Oh, wait, is the stairs on the... Oh, it's on the left side. Okay. Alright.
奇襲成功。さーてと。うりゃ。のりゃ。はっそこだ。一丁上がり。
くらいな。おそれ。うらうらうらだ。浮いた。痛いよ。おまけだよ。よさていくよ。やややややや。ふっ。貫け。浮いた。もうかったもうかったもうかった。
There we go.
悪いな。さーてと。いくぜ。
エクステンドエッジ。
のりゃ。
Like, we hear our voice when we're using skills,
こんだな。
but we don't hear our voice when we're like doing attacks, because she always like says something when you're like swapping weapons. Oh wait, I missed that big room there. There might be a treasure.
うさぎ。ほう。ジャンプ。ほう。うさぎ。ほう。うさぎ。何が
Hold
出る
it.
かな。ほう。ジャンプ。ほう。ジャンプ。これ私の。よし、行こうか。
さーてと。次。突っ込んだな。より男前になったっちゅうことやな。
うさぎ。ほう。ジャンプ。うさぎ。ほう。ジャンプ。そ、がっつり儲けよう。
やらせてもらう。次。俺たちにかかればな。
So that's the next story event. There has to be some stuff here.
うまく くいったようだね。
やらせてもらう。うりゃすうりゃす
痛いよ。はあ。よった今よ。
どっさり次
行くよ。悪いね。そこ任せて。ふったいいとこ見せなきゃね。はい終わり。かったかった。
I like how the hair is clipping through the glasses.
ようこそファング。まさか生きているとは思いませんでしたわ。ゴキブリ並みですね。
マリアノ、お前らに構ってる暇はねえ。どけ。
あなた方に感謝します。生きていてくれて嬉しいですわ。私の手で殺せますから。
マリアノ、お前らに構ってる暇はねえ。どけ。道を開けろ。
殺しちゃえ殺しちゃえ殺しちゃえ。私の体につけた傷の裏に存分に晴らさせてもらう。
I don't see any scars, lady, unless the dress is actually hiding it. But even still, like, it is your fault for, like, fighting us constantly and you're getting your ass kicked because of that.
とっとと片付ける。行くぜアリ。消えろ。くらえ。だそこだ。
測らせてもらおう。さーて行くよ。
行くぞ。
行きますわ。
そして覚悟。
私の番。みんな吹き飛べ。
Wait, I didn't scan the other guy. I killed him too quickly.
詳細データを。さーて
覚悟なさい。
さて行くよ。ペアライズ。全力全開。パスだーよ。今よ。
さーてとペアライズ。
フェアライズシーケンスコンプリート。
よっしゃ行くぜ。
マジカルエフェクトゲインフィジカルアット。
行くよ。くらいな。そこおまけだよ。
次はあなたね。
行くよ。アタックエフェクト。やだ来ないで。おや測らせてもらおう。
ペアライズ。
ペアライズシーケンスコンプリート。
変身完了っと。痛いよ。そこはあ。
よく来たな、邪神の娘。
Wait. Am I not supposed to kill her? Like, we're supposed to fight her for a certain amount of turns, and then they're like, all right, congrats, dude. Here's a story cutscene. Because I was literally, like, planning out my, like, how I was going to defeat her. I was like, all right, I'm going to, like, buff myself, do this. I'm going to check the other enemies if they have anything to drop. And then we're going to finish her off with Fang and shit. Like, come on.
驚きだ。本当に自らやってくるとは。やはり血の定めには逆らえぬということか。
勘違いしないで。私がここに来たのはその定めを断ち切るため。あなたたちの思い通りにはなりません。
愚かな。血の呪いを解くことはできぬ。お前はただその血に従えばいい。
ティアラはん加勢するで。
手伝う。
Oh, now we can hear her.
何？
邪神の娘はいただいていく。
ティアラ、待て！
逃がさない。あなたは私が殺す。
Oh, alright, so we lost like a couple of our party. Okay. So we only have Pippin and Apollo. I'm assuming if we didn't have Lola and Apollo, then this battle would have just been with Fang, Harley, and Pippin.
見せてもらうよ。
やらせてもらう。だ、決めろ。そこだ。
詳細データを。さーて。
私の番。
抵抗するな。
まだ。
覚悟。行くぜ、アリ。
詳細データを。さーて。
覚悟。
次はあなたね。
任せて。アタックエフェクトマジカルマグナム。
There we go.
次は
さーてと。ヘアライズ。
マジカルエフェクトゲインフィジカルアット。行くよ。
Oh, this guy's still alive. I thought he died.
さーて。行きますわ。
まだまだだ。
いくよー。やややややや。どうせー。はい。
そこ恐れ。行くよ。くらいな。まだいい感じだ。
変身したーい。
ええぞ。
エクステンドエッジ。
食らって吹っ飛べ。
Alright, so we took away like 2 or 3 bars. So it's really powerful.
しまいですわ。さあ行きますわよ。なら行きますわ。
無駄だ。
ごきげんよう。
聞かねえよ。聞くか。聞かねえよ。
Wait, does it only target one person? I literally thought it was like it hits the whole group because I remember in Advent Dark Force they changed some of the boss's special attacks to like hit the whole party group, so it'd be a lot more challenging. And I guess in this one I guess in the original it was like a single target attack. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I was hoping for an avalanche attack.
さて解析しなきゃね。レベルアップ。
力を得たり。
私の負けです。どうした。早く殺しなさい。
いいんだよ、そういうのは。
バカな真似はやめなさい。後悔することになります。いつか私があなたを殺す。
勝手にしろ。だがな、覚えておけ。今度も勝つのはこの俺だ。
ファング急いで。ティアラが危ないよ。
ああ、分かってる。
Wait, now they rejoined the party. Why were they absent? Were they busy just looking for Tiara? And they're like, "Oh hey Fang, we found where she's at. Let's hurry." Like, it's kind of weird that they just straight up don't say anything and they're just like, "Yeah, we came back."
寝てろ。突っ込んでな。
Oh yeah, let's pop some ethers real fast.
うまくいったようだね。
さーてと、はっ、そこだ。俺どうだ。
さて任せて。どうせ今よ。詳細データを
当たれ。おまけだよ。
よし。いいデータが取れた。
I wonder if that's why some of the characters have access to healing, because I know Tiara is like literally designed to be the magic nuker, but also decent at also great at healing as well. So I'm wondering if that's the reason why they made Galdo have like similar healing spells to Tiara. If you want to like use them for like support. Because like the only character I would say would match the equalness of Tiara in terms of like her like healing capabilities will be Lola, who's like the last optional character to get.
行くぜ、アリ。寝てろ。止まるわけにはいかねえんだよ。 やるぞアリン。キン叩き割る。飛ぶ。
さて
悪いね。そこ。
任せて。マジカルマグナム。オラオラオラオラ。やった勝った勝った。とウサギ。
やら
There
せ
we
て
go.
もらう。さてと。
I wonder how much damage would our weak attacks do.
さて
Because like this one's almost dead. This one only took away like 1/4 of his HP, so that's fine. Because I was just curious how much damage we can do now since we're like pretty high level.
ややややや。 働かざる者こうべからず。
Is there any? Yeah, there's no treasure chests here. Alright, that's fine. See, there's only one enemy for this one. And he's gonna die.
おまけうりゃどうだ止まるわけにはいかねん
定石だね。
行くぜアリてうりゃておまけて
詳細データをくらいな。それよいしょ今よ。いい感じだ。ややややや貫け。はい
やらせてもらうてだうりゃそこだへっ次やったなアリ
Oh, so there's a bunch of rare items. Okay. I don't know how I feel about like the rare stones being easy to pick up, but the common stones being so hard. It literally took me forever to grind some of these things. But the rare stones, they're so easy to grab. It's so weird to me. Like, silver orbs, they were kind of hard for me to grab in the early game, but once we got to the halfway point, like, they became such a common occurrence for me to grab at that point. So it's kind of weird to me.
まだだ叩きて一丁上がり突っ込んだな
Yeah, like, look, silver orb, gold orb, earth stone. Oh, we finally got an earth stone, huh? Alright, I guess Stairway of Heaven is where you can get some earth stones along with a silver ore. Let's see, the next spot is there. Okay. I'm surprised that there's not a save point yet, but I'm assuming they're gonna put one at the end of the dungeon, because it's gonna be like, oh, like, this is the final boss sequence, like, you better save up and whatnot, or maybe do a quick U-turn to, like, grab all your items. You know, that sort of thing. Now she's almost perfect, and then finish. This is probably going to be easier if we just grind off stream. Like, sorry, if we fought a bunch of solo battles with her. This one, I remember I did do a bunch of like solo battles, and it didn't took long for me to get to that point because of like Lola's gun skill, because it has a lot of hits in it. Can I put Apollo? Yeah, let's kind of change it up a bit. Let's do like each boss battle, we like swap the party setup. Like maybe for the next boss, I'll just not use Fang, I use someone else instead. But at the same time, I wonder if they're gonna have hidden dialogue.
やったなアリ。
So it's kind of like a predicament for me.
新しい力。やらせてもらう。
任せて。貫け。次元モンスター。砕け散れ。任せる。どうせ浮いた。やった。任せておき。次は砕け散れ。ジョブジョブ任せる。さて行くよ。パス。うらうらうらうら。任せて。やった。さて
There we go.
これでいくらかな。
Alright. So I'm assuming this is gonna be like a boss battle. I guess we can just maybe something like this. We use Harley to like scan the boss to see if we have any information on it. And then I'll swap Harley to like Lola. And then we can probably keep Ethel, or we can swap her for Pippin. Yeah, we fought like Maria so many times. And the only thing that increased was her HP. Wait, there's something you can steal from Pippin? Wait, what? I didn't know that. This is the attack squads. They don't have anything for us to steal from. Oh, Ethel had something to steal. I didn't know any of this.
"暗黒の神殿へようこそ、邪神の巫女よ。
I wonder if that's the actual name of the place that they're at. Like, is like the name of a section of the Stairway of Heaven, or is it just like his nickname for it because he's gonna summon the Vile God, and that the Vile God represents darkness and whatnot.
シャラモン、私をどうするつもりですか？
これから僕は君を殺す。邪神復活の儀式の後、君を殺し、僕が邪神を宿す器となる。僕が邪神を封じ込めることで、この世に平和がもたらされるんだ。
無理ですわ、そんなこと。あなたは神にでもなるつもりですか？
その通り。神となるべき男に君は愛されたんだ。喜んでくれ。
何ですか、突然。気持ち悪い。
僕はずっと不思議に思っていた。君を見ていると妙に胸が騒ぐ。ときめくと言ってもいいだろう。
So yeah, like this dialogue here.
自分でもよくわからないが、僕たちは別の世界で、別の次元で何度も出会ったような気がする。
So yeah, like this dialogue here, like him just talking about it, it does imply that he does vaguely remember like the other timeline and whatnot, like the previous timeline and everything. I know in Advent Dark Force they added more cutscenes to kind of clarify it even more, to the point where like they pretty much spell out that he does remember it. But in this one it's more like he has a hunch, there's like a feeling that he does vaguely remember it, but it's like vague memories at best.
そして僕は何度も君を殺した。
何をバカな。
感じないか？邪神の血を引く君ならわかるはずだ。僕たちの絆が、僕たちの因縁が。
私たちの因縁。
どうしたの？キュイ？
Oh.
マング、ティアラがやばいかも。
先を急ぐぞ。
ここから先は神聖な場だ。貴様らのような者たちが足を踏み入れることは許さん。お引き取り願おう。
その言葉そっくりそのままお返しするぜ。
見せてもらうよ。
行くぜ、アリ。
Wait, what was that track? Because it was literally like the track that plays when they do like their final move, but it has vocals in it. I'll probably have to like look it up later.
測らせてもらおう。さーて
始める。対局出るぞ。
行くぜ、アリ。
さて頼んだよ。
やったー。任せておき。ほい。くらえ。
さーてと。ペアライズ。
ペアライズシーケンスコンプリート。
さあ始めようか。アリ。
Huh. I still feel like he does a lot of damage though, even if it's like resistant damage.
Sequence complete.
行くぞ、掃除。
Yeah, we can do this. Because I feel like Pippin doesn't have that good of a magic stat. Because I've been investing in his physical.
貫け。
裏雲の剣。
やー。
串刺しです。
タイマイ。
程度の連中に。
この
Oh, just one shot him. Damn, Pippin.
認めんぞ。貴様らごとき劣等な人間に敗れるなどと私は認めん。
おとなしくそこでぶっ倒れてろ。
実験開始だね。
やらせてもらう。
行くよ。
Oh, they're actually tanky this time.
マジカルエフェクトグランドザッパー。
大地の力。
But nothing can beat magic.
Ha! ほな始めようか。やるぞアリン。次俺たちにかかればな。
強くなったみたいだね。
よっ。
Yeah, let's do something like this.
油断したな。
しまいだね。はっくらい。
はっ消えろ。
どりゃしまいや。
始めるぞ。一戦砕けろ。消えろ。砕けろ。行くぞ。立ちふさがる者に容赦はせん。
Hey, it's a golden enemy. Well, yellow color.
しまいだね。だろ。ちょいさ行くで。どうなんや。
はっ砕けろ。消えろ。食らえ。次だ。立ちふさがる者に容赦はせん。
Alright, we're nearing it.
はっオーケー。やるで。
アタックエフェクト
当たると
決めるわよ。
痛いで。
さあ行くわよ。
しまいや毎度。
お相手いたそう。
覚悟しや。ちょいさくらい逃がさへん。しまいや。
一戦当たれ。砕けろ。行くぞ。散れ。
行くよ。貫け。よいしょ。はい。儲かった。働かざる者食うべからず。
Alright, there's a save point there. So this is like the final sequence, I guess.
よっ。
先に行かせてもらう。
やるで。はっはあ行くで。
しまいや。
任せろ。散れ。
私の番。うやー。浮いた。あれ、運が。
It does so much damage. I'm kind of glad that I made this particular fairy for her because it has good magic support. It's like max magic. You have axe power, which she does use axes, so she does more damage with that.
ねえねえ、僕の本当の実力見てみたくない？クライマックスにはぜひ僕を投入することをおすすめするよ。
Yeah, I was listening to all of them because I have a feeling that they have something to say.
ここまで来たからには勝利以外にありえないよね。みんなで力を合わせてあいつをボッコボコじゃなくて倒そうね。
あの野郎、ついに俺様を怒らせちまったみてえだな。俺様のかっこいい新必殺技の餌食にしてやるぜ。
いよいよ最終決戦です。天使アゲアゲでいきましょう。私も最後くらいいいところを見せたいですね。
Sure, robot buddy, but I don't know. I build you really badly, so I don't think I can use you.
落ち込んでばっかじゃ何も始まんねえだろ。今のうちに元気出せよ。元気なんて生きてるうちにしか出せねえんだぞ。
愚の極みなりシャルマンとやら、思い上がった人間の末路しかと思い知らせてくれよ。
この戦いが終わったら何をしたいかですか？そういうことを言うと死亡フラグっていうのが立つと思うのですが。
邪神復活は何としても阻止せねばならぬ。おそらくこれが最後の戦いとなろう。そなたらも覚悟して挑むがよい。
ここまで来たらやるっきゃねえだろ。まさかビビってんのか。情けねえ野郎だな。
意外な人が意外な秘密を抱えてることって結構あるよね。実は俺にもすごい秘密があるんだけど、知りたい？知りたい？
まさに血湧き肉踊る戦い。くー、燃えてきたっつの。誰か俺を主役にした漫画でも描いてくんないかな。
よーし、こうなったらやるっきゃないっしょ。で、やるからには絶対勝つよ。えいえい
世界の命運をかけた絶対に負けてはいけない戦いです。勝つ自信がない腰抜けに用はありません。私に任せてください。
俺怒った。ドルファ悪い。ドルファ倒す。俺戦わせろ。
ほらたつでシャルマンの花明かしてやっぺ。ああいうすかしたやつはいっぺんガツンとやってやるといいね。
邪神復活なんて絶対に許せないよ。だって邪悪な神なんだよ。起こしたっていいことあるわけないもん。出てきたじゃねえか、強い敵が。
しれえ、相手にとって不足なし。私がぶっ飛ばしてやるよ。
最後に一活躍できればいいのですが、別に目立ちたいわけではありません。私に感情はありませんので。
おのれ、あの色男め、なめた真似をしてくれるわ。ここは我が一肌脱ぎ奴に灸を据えてやるとしよう。
人生とは天高くそびえる塔であり、人は皆塔を登っているのだ。登った先に広がる絶景を求め、人は登り続けるのだ。
シャルマン様があんたやつだったなんて超ショック。もう私の乙女心をもてあそんだ罪は重いんだからね。
シャルマン悪いやつ。シャルマン倒す。ティアラいじめた。ファングいじめた。俺怒った。
人のものを盗むような悪い人には負けられません。全力を尽くして戦いましょ
う。なんやねんあのシャルマンいう男。ほんまムカつくわ。うち決めたで、絶対あいつ泣かしたるわ。
今こそ僕の本気を見せる時が来たみたいだね。行くよ。妖精界の眠れる獅子とは僕のことだ。
私ちゃんと活躍できてますか？
まあいいか。鼻がムズムズする。こんな大事な時に限ってなんとものは
Yeah, me and you too, brother.
過ぎたことをいつまでも気にしていても仕方ありません。気持ち切り替えて共に戦いましょう。
ガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウガウ。
常に万全のコンディションで戦いに臨みたいのならこれをおすすめしよう。万能栄養ドリンクリボピタンデラックス。力がみなぎってくるぞ。
ティアラの邪神の血が流れていようと何の関係もない。その人間個人がどんな人物なのかが大事なのだ。そうだろう。
邪神の血がどうとかそんなの何の関係があるってんだよ。ティアラはティアラだろ。変な色眼鏡で見るやつはぶっ飛ばしてやる。
こんな時に申し訳ないのですが、背中を描いていただけるでしょうか。すみません、どうしても痒くて。でも手が届かないもので。
I don't mind.
綺麗な顔してるくせに人のもの盗むなんて最低ね。あいつの思い通りになんかさせてやるかっての。
もしも負けたらそのようなことを考えるものではない。常に勝つことだけ考えろ。ポジティブシンキングじゃ。
邪神復活は放置できない問題です。今こそ全員野球です。力を合わせて戦いましょう。
この戦いが終わったら式でも出して人儲けしてやるぜ。問題は俺に文才がないことだ。お前俺の代わりに文章書かねえか。
俺分かってる。もうすぐ最後。もうすぐ終わり。俺戦い終わらせる。
もう後戻りはできないわ。覚悟を決めて最後まで戦い抜きましょう。
そしてみんなで笑い合えるような未来をつかみ取るのよ。
うにゃー、なんかみんなやる気満々。むしろさっきだってるな。知ってる？さっき 1g につき寿命が1センチ縮んじゃうんだって。
考えてもみればシャルマンは哀れなやつなのかもしれない。正義感ゆえに毛質にとらわれ道を踏み外してしまったのだからな。
全てが終わったらしばらくはゆっくり過ごしたいものだ。まさか今私は死亡フラグとやらを立ててしまったのか？
盛り上がってきたじゃねえか。気合い入れていくぞ。あんな野郎に負けてたまるかってんだ。
ねえねえ、
Alright, that's all the dialogues. So yeah, everyone's just really hype about the final battle. I mean, I don't blame them. When you get to the end of a JRPG, of course you're going to be a little hyped for it. Wait a minute. I think we have to return. Was the a fairy that has a fairy that's had its cracks filled in. Looks like a normal fairy, but there's no signs of life inside. I'm assuming we have to keep repairing it. Oh, no wonder they're like, oh hey, you need to have these materials to make it. That makes so much sense. Because I was wondering what we needed these forged like items for. There's a repair fairy that has been polished to a finish. Looks like a normal fairy, but there's still no signs of life inside. Nothing to sympathize. Alright. Oh, there's a sub-event. We managed to fix the broken fairy, but it's still not responding at all. When you're stumped, sometimes changing your surroundings does the trick. How about a place that keeps fairies healthy and strong? Healthy and strong, huh? Only one place comes to mind. What place? A place that's connected to the revival of the goddess and vile god after all. They did originally created the fairies. Ah, I see. Do you know what place he's talking about, Fang? Yeah. I like how he doesn't really answer it, but I have a good hunch. Is this place. The sanctuary where everything went down. Okay, so we just have to go back to that spot. Alright, just have to book it. What the fairy we fixed is glowing. I can feel magical energy emanating from the fairy. It's fully restored. This energy is incredibly strong. It seems the fairy resonating inside this weapon possesses vast amounts of power. We need to be careful about using it. Yeah, I know. Oh, look at that. S-rank fairy, let's go.
Hajimemashite. 至らぬ点もあるかと存じますが、よろしくお願いします。真面目すぎると言われることもありますが、そんなことはありません。たまには面白いことも言うと思います。人は誰しも何らかの試練を背負って生きています。しかし試練を乗り越えれば必ず何か得るものがあるはずです。
Okay. Well, we need to level you up. So, who should equip? Pippin, can you equip her so we can train it?
芝居だね。どうすりゃ。はっ。逃がさへん。
行くぞ。はっ。くらえ。任せろ。散れ。またつまらん。
Maybe the final dungeon will give us enough experience to level up the fairy, but not enough for all our characters to like level up instantly. Because I want to like restrain from like leveling up too much. Alright. Maybe one or two more battle. Well, not one or two. It's more like a couple more battles. Maybe as we're making our way up to the very top again, I will save. Oh, sorry. I will remove the fairy once it's like max level. And then set everyone up. Do a BRB break. And when I come back from the BRB break, we're gonna jump straight to the final boss sequence, essentially. Because we really are at the end, like straight up. Oh, come on. I need to go hop in again? Alright. Oh. This is actually pretty nice. I keep hitting the invisible wall.
ちょろいで芝居だね今度きぼちぼちで覚悟しやちょいた逃がさへんしまいや
くらえ後期行くぞ立ちふさがる者に容赦はせん
はっ
先手なんとかってやつ
やるでどうなんや勝ったで
Alright, almost there.
ジャンプはっよっオーケー覚悟しや
任せておけ手加減はしない行くぞ
私の番うらうらうららパス置いた儲かった儲かった儲かった
はっよっはっよっよっ
先に行かせてもらう
行くで
手加減せん一戦当たれはっ当たれ行くぞ
みなぎるで
見事だ
Where is it? Oh, it's probably somewhere. Oh, okay, it's over there.
さあやっちゃうよ
芝居だね
行くぞザン一撃ふん今だ行くぞ
いくよややややややふっ置いたあれもう儲かった儲かった
All right.
OK 芝居だね死ねえ毎度見つけたね
Sweet. All right, let's keep going.
よっチャンスややるで今度きワイらの勝ちやで
One more level and we maxed out that fairy.
はっちょろいでやるで今度き勝ったでよっ
先に行かせてもらう
やるでどうなんや
始めるぞザンはっ一戦こう
マックスや
散れ立ちふさがる者に容赦はせん
These are the tanky snakes. Yeah, they're the tanky ones.
さて行くよ。アタックエフェクトマジカルマグナム。
この溢れる剣の力。
儲かった。さてとこれでいくらか。
That's not it. I was looking for. Oh wait.
お気づきですか？私たちが共に戦ってもう200回に達するのです。50の4倍です。100の2倍です。それが200なのです。なぜ100回記念の時は何もなかったかですか？さあ、ロボな私には分かりかねる質問です。
そうか、共に戦って50回になったのか。思えば出会った頃はお互いに若く衝突してばかりだったな。
Why does this guy sound like an old man? Like he's like, how do I word it? He sounds like a married old man who's like talking to his wife, and he's like, oh, remember when we first met? Like we were quite young, we got into arguments all the time, or we were reckless, sort of thing. Like, why does he sound like that? I don't think you're that old, dude.
冗談だ。思い出を少し捏造してみた。まあこれからも良き戦友でいよう。
Oh, okay. I mean, it's not a bad like backstory. It's like a bit on the basic side in my opinion, but it works well.
行くで。しまいや。ワイらの勝ちやで。よっ、ジャンプ。
One more battle.
オーケー。行くで。今度き勝ったで。
Let's see. Faireyes result. Sorry. Restoration. Yeah, this is like a decent. Like, this is straight up decent. I can understand why you're probably gonna use her to like pull off the sword from the goddess, like the S rank one. And then for the last S rank fairy, I know he's Dark Elemental because I remember that. Alright, so let's save. And I will say this is a good place for me to do a BRB break. So take this as you guys' opportunity for your own BRB break. Get a snack, get a drink, use the restroom. I'll be back. When we come back, we're pretty much at the final boss. So at this point, like, yeah, just, you know, final boss time. We're going to get the normal ending. And then the game is going to be like, congrats, you beat the game. You want to do New Game Plus run. And I will start the New Game Plus run on this stream since I'm assuming it's not going to take me too long to, like, you know, beat the final boss and such. So yeah, I feel like that's like a good plan for the stream. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, this looks fair.
Funk-san! 驚いたな。あの傷で生きていたとは。改めて認めよう。君の価値を。
てめえに認められても嬉しくもなんともねえぜ。そんなことよりティアラを返せ。
バカなことを。もうすぐ邪神がよみがえる。君の血で邪神復活を祝ってやる。血の宴だ。
つけようぜ、シャルマン。
Alright. Just
目覚ましやがれ。キッ消えろ。くらえ。おまけ。
始めるぞ。終わりにし。
任せて。ブス。ダー。よっ。今よ。
さすがですね。ではこちらも少しだけ本気になりましょう。行きますよ。くそたらい。
お前を止める。
行くぞ。
It didn't land.
「僕としたことが。でもこれで最後です。せめて一撃で安らかに眠らせてあげます。くそ。
マジカルエフェクトフォルス。
輝け。
何かした？
Of course, it's not gonna do anything to her because she literally has the highest magic resistance. I feel like Lolo's probably like a nice counter for Sherman since he's only using light element. And then Apollo is like, you know, he still gets damage from light, but at the same time you can also like what's the word I'm looking for? You can also take advantage of his like his dark weakness.
マジカルエフェクトゲインフィジカルアット。
これも試練か。
始めるぞ。
さて行くよ。
やらせてもらう。
Alright. Bang, finish him off.
Masaka, この僕が。
てめえの負けだ、シャルマン。
無駄だよファング。どうあがいたところでもう遅い。見ろ、邪神の復活だ。
あれが邪神。
ファングさん、私を殺してください。
ティアラ、
まだ間に合います。私を殺せば邪神の復活を阻止できる。
バカ言うな。そんなことできっか。
殺せないのかファング。僕ならできる。
ファング、分かった。思い出して、過去に戻る前、ティアラが誰かに殺された時のことを。今のあなたなら見えるはずよ。どうしたんですか、シャルマン様。こんな大事な時に。この戦いに負けたら全てが終わりなんですよ。
ティアラさん、あなたを殺します。知ってますよ。あなたは邪神の末裔だ。僕はこの世界の平和を守りたい。死んでくれますね、ティアラさん。
わかりました。お好きなように。
なんてこった。シャルマンのやつ、本当にティアラを。
I feel like it's kind of obvious, given how he's a little cuckoo crazy now.
でもあの時と今は違うわ。以前のシャルマンは邪神復活を阻止するためにティアラを殺した。世界の平和のために。けど今のシャルマンはティアラを殺すことで邪神を自分の中に取り込もうとしている。この世を支配するために。
生まれるぞ、最強の神が。
ファングさん、早く私を殺しなさい。
ティアラちゃんを殺せば世界が救われる。
一人の少女の命を救うか、世界を救うか。
どないするんや、旦那。
もうためらってる時間はありません。ファング、早くしなさい。
うるせえ。ギャーギャーわめくんじゃねえ。答えはな、最初から決まっているんだよ。いやー、言ったはずだ。俺は運命を変えるって。お前を殺したら運命は変わらない。
Oh, look at that CG. Very cute.
ファングさん。
バカめ、それで運命を変えたつもりか。ファング、お前は世界を犠牲にした。そして僕の願いは成就した。ファング、結局お前はティアラを守ることもできない。邪神覚醒の生贄となるがいい、ティアラ。
おお、ついに邪神が姿を現したか。その力、邪神の力は私のものだ。太古よりその血を受け継いできた私が手にするにふさわしい。悠久の時よりよみがえりし邪神よ、我にその力を。
Well, looks like this is the end of Bernard.
なぜだ末裔である私をなぜ邪神は血を欲しているようだこの際男でも女でも構わないらしいなぜだ末裔である私をなぜバカな男だティアラの代わりにその血を邪神に捧げるとはだがそのおかげで邪神は覚醒を果たした
I did find it funny how the guy was literally trying to delay the idea, like, oh, it doesn't have to be a guy descendant, it needs to be a girl descendant to like revive him. I'm assuming he just said that to like get him and like to like not sacrifice himself to revive the Vile God, so he's able to like, you know, merge with it in some way. You know, he just uses Tiara as like the mode, and then he's like, yay, the god's back. All right, I've been your descendant and loyal follower, so you should grant me power since I was able to revive you and such. Like, I'm assuming that's what Bernard wanted to do, but it bite him in the ass in the end. Huh? Oh, the game crashed. I wonder it's either because of the cutscene that's going to play from that point, and it just like caused my my laptop to be like, oh yeah, we can't do that here, and then the program just crashes at that point. I wonder if I'm able to like speedrun the dialogue so we're able to see that cutscene. Let's see if I can do it.
シャルマンだこいつで行くぞ
任せて貫け浮いた
さすがたく目覚ましやがれ
オーバーリミットアタックフォースインパクトいくよ
こいつでとどめ
いけ
バカ野郎まさかこの僕がてめえの負けだシャルマン無駄だよファング
Alright, so let's see if it will play. If it crashes again, I don't know what to do at that point.
だがそのおかげで邪神は覚醒を果たしたこの剣に乗せて我が肉体を我が魂を我が願いを届ける邪神よ受け取るがいい
れはシャルマンなのか。
わからない。ただ確かなのは世界を破滅へと導く巨大な力を持っているということ。邪神そのものよ。
Alright, so now we can do like, you know, final adjustments essentially. Yeah, this looks okay for the most part. Hold on. Yeah, this is fine. Alright, Sherman, let's do this. I don't think there's anything to steal from him, is there? Oh, I'd be laughing if if you can steal stuff from the final boss. It will lead to like some post game like equipment, like Mega Man X Command Mission, because I remember in that game you actually can't steal stuff from the final boss. So when you do the post game content, and especially the super boss, you're able to make like very powerful items. So you're able to do the super boss challenge and such. Okay, so he's weak against water. Okay, so they're just reusing the same like CG. I mean, it's fine. Wouldn't it be better to kill the god? But alright. Okay, so everyone starts out transform. But I will love that. I want to know the name of that track that was playing in the cutscene. That was a pretty good track. I kind of wish they made that track play here, but it's fine.
を知りなさい。
さーてと
マジカルエフェクトゲインフィジカルアット。
絶対に逃がしません。食らいなさい。
なんて力や。
強敵。
Wait, what? Alright, so there's more story cutscenes now.
もうやだ卑怯強すぎ。
邪神の力は女神の力を上回るのか。
心配すんな。あんな奴にこの俺が負けるかよ。
ファングさん、まさかシャルマンを助けようとしているのですか？私を助けたように。そうなんですね。
ファング、何をしてるんだ？そんな剣では邪神を倒すことはできないよ。
シャルマン、
まさか僕を救おうとでも考えているのかい？残念だがそれは叶わない。僕の魂はもうここにはないからね。すべて邪神に飲み込まれてしまったよ。こうなったことに後悔はない。僕は望んで邪神と一体になったんだからね。そうすることで邪神の力を完全に制御できると思ったんだ。だがその結果がこれだ。だからファング、君に僕の思いを託す。この世界を守ってくれ。
今さら何言ってやがる。ふざけんな。勝手すぎるだろうが。
Unfortunately, I think you have to listen to what Sherman has to say, Fang. I don't think there is no way for there to be a happy ending for him.
なんで俺がお前の言うことを聞かなきゃならねえんだ。そういう面倒なことは自分でやれ。
僕の思いは託した。頼んだよ、ファング。
バカ野郎、勝手に言っちまいやがって。だいたい最初に会った時からてめえのことは気に入らなかったんだよ。シャンマン、うっせえ、吠えてんじゃねえ。もう遠慮はしねえ。手加減抜きで行くぜ。覚悟しろ邪神。さあ始めようか。
負けられません。
行くぜ。
Okay, so they changed his weakness now. So he's no longer weak against water. I wonder what his weakness will be. We can either go with light or fire.
うりゃおやこいつでだこいつで。
Oh, he's resistant to launching, so we can't launch him. Alright.
Yeah, やらせてもらう。
断ち切ってみせる。こ
これが水の力です。
Alright, that took away one bar.
私の番。みんな吹き飛べ。
Alright, so he's weak against light now.
どうしフェアライズ。
フェアライズシーケンスコンプリート。
よっしゃ行くぜ。
マジカルエフェクトゲインフィジカルアット。
断ち切ってみせる。やっだーはー
貫け。だー。
はっ
いくよー。フェアライズ。全力全開。アタックエフェクトマジカルマグナム。
世界を。だから君たちが邪魔だ。これで消えてもらうよ。終わりにしましょう。
さーてとはっうりゃ切るだ
アクセスモード。
絶対に。
Wait, what? Oh, it's all within a... hold on. Yeah, everyone's like too far apart from each other. I guess it's just fine for me to do something like this.
どうぞ。
テンション上がってきたぜ。
神の力が終われない終われない。この力でしか世界は救われないんだ。始めよう終わりを。せめて痛みも苦しみもなく君たちの死を与えよう。
Yeah, it's single target.
やらせてもらう。
That's so weird. Because, like I said, I'm used to the Advent Dark Force version of the special moves of the bosses where it hits like the whole party. Like, this one is just brand new to me. Like, I honestly forgot that it was single target in the original.
オーバーリミットアタックフォースインパクト。
のっぴろー。どりゃ消えろ。
Oh, there's two voices. Like for Aaron, there's like literally two voices in there.
てめえはこの世に必要ね。僕の封印させてもらうって言ってんだ。
ま、当然の結果ですわね。
女神頼む。
邪神
封印する。
パンクさん
よかったよかった、本当によかった。ドルファに再就職できて。なんだかんだ言ってもドルファ、腐ってもドルファ、いろいろあったけどドルファが一番。
まあね、ドルファ以上の大企業なんてそうそうないもんね。でも今度の社長相当厳しいみたいよ。
I'm glad that Paiga's still alive.
こうして手土産を持って挨拶に行くんじゃないか。
Like, guy really just wants to pay his mortgage and just support his family. That's all the guy wants. Although he is a bit of a coward.
失礼します。パイガがご挨拶に参りました。社長、まずはこの手土産をご賞味ください。1日10本限定の幻の羊羹です。私、朝の3時から並んで手に入れました。マリアの社長のために。
Wait, why did they talk like they don't know who the new president is, but they actually know each other? Like, why did they word it like, oh, I don't know who the new president is, but I hope I get on their good graces? But it's like, it's your former coworker.
そんな暇があるなら仕事して。仕事しろ、仕事しろ、仕事しろ。成績上げないと即クビにします。
それだけはご勘弁を。
ねえ、そこのお兄さん、あんたフェンサーでしょ。いい情報があるんだけど、どう？
ほう、情報屋か。面白そうだな。聞かせてもらおうか。
Wait, if they're still fencers, that means there's still fairies like all over the world then. So they're still like finding new fairies. But I wonder what's the point in like finding the new fairies then. If like we already we already sealed the vile god. And we're under the impression that the goddess is like, you know, fine now. Like we unsealed her and whatnot. So it's either A, there's still people out there that are like, oh, I want the vile god instead, so we're gonna keep looking for more fairies to like revive them and whatnot. But yeah, it is interesting that there's still fencers going on.
じゃあその前に3万ゴールドちょうだい。
たけ、そんなに払えるかよ。もう少し安くしてくれよ。
お兄さん知ってる？強いフェンサーほど金払いがいいって。お兄さんすっごく強そうなんだけどな。
What a swindler. She knows how to make business.
そうか。3万ゴールド。安いじゃねえか。
Bruh. She butter him up. So he's like, you know what? I'm willing to pay this expensive amount.
お兄ちゃん、今年も綺麗に咲いたね、桜。
And then we have Apollo with his sister. All because we managed to save him in time. Oh.
よく晴れましたね。
I accidentally skipped it.
いい天気だ。旅立ちにはもってこいの日です。ああ、そうだな。
ほんと、そうですわね。ねえねえガルドちゃん、何か忘れ物ないかしら。ハンカチとかティッシュとか。
大丈夫やん。両方ともちゃんとポケットに入っとる。
他にもっと大事なものがあるだろう。ちょっとお出かけってんじゃねえんだぞ。世界を放浪しようってのに。 大丈夫かお前ら。
心配いらへん。元気とやる気があればなんとかなるわ。
そうそう、ズボラぐらいがちょうどいい。失敗もまたよしだ。
Of course.
完璧なんて何もおもろない。わいはおもろいことに出会いたい。せやから旅に出るんや。わい自身もっとおもろい男になるために、もっとこの世界のことをよく知るためにわいは旅をする。
それにしてもあの戦いは何だったんだろうね。
写真を封印するために女神はその力を全て使い切り、女神邪神ともにまた深い眠りについてしまった。結局集めたフューリーはまた方々へ散らばり、全てはこれまで通り元のまま。人間も妖精もこの世界も。
Wait. Is it like a Dragon Ball moment? Like you get all the Dragon Balls, you make the wish, and then it just, you know, scatters, and then it goes dormant for like a year, and then you can go find it again. And then you have the whole plot point in like GT where because of them constantly using the Dragon Ball so often, it didn't give it time to like filter like all the evilness in the world. Well, not evilness. It needed to filter some things out, but because of them constantly using it often, it wasn't able to and became corrupted. I'm assuming that's what's happening.
そうだな。だがこの目で私たちは見たじゃないか。自らの手で運命を切り開き、自らの力で運命を変えた者たちを。この世界をどうしていくか、それは我々一人一人の力と思いなんだよ。ま、そんな感じでどうだろう。
Oops. I skipped it.
この世界をどうしていくか、それは我々一人一人の力と思いなんだ。良き世界にしたいという強い願いなのさ。
そういうことですな。
ええやんか、それで。
異議なし。
ほら、わいたちはそろそろ行くわ。
皆さん、お達者で。
ピピ、君はどうするんだい？
いえね、前からうすうすとは感づいておったんだが、このエフォールという娘、あまりに常識知らずの世間知らず。この際、我が輩が一から徹底的に教育しようと思っておってね。こうして知り合ったのも何かの縁ですしな。断固拒否。
ハーラーさんは自宅にお戻りになるんですよね。執筆活動をされるとか。
ああ、今回の出来事を記録に残そうと思ってね。
記録ですか？
光と闇に命あり。光は女神となり、闇は邪神となり、両者は激しい戦いを繰り広げた。
Oh. It's like, oh yeah, she's like the narrator if I remember correctly, like at the start.
こりゃ大仕事だな。いやいや、大変そうだ。お前の身の回りの世話が。
やりがいがある仕事だろ、バース。
ああ、お互いにね。
いい風。覚えてますか？このソーユル草原で初めて出会ったんですよ。ファングさんと、そしてアリンさんとも。
I need to do a quick BRB. I just got called. Hold on. Alright, I'm back.
ああ、そうだったな。
本当にアリンさんは消えてしまったのですか？
あいつはもともと女神の一部だからな。自分の居場所に帰ったのさ。
ちゃんとお別れしましたか？あの女神の光の中で。
Oh, don't tell me you didn't say anything.
消えていく。私の記憶が、思いが、どんどんなくなっていくよ、ファング。私、女神の元に帰るんだね。嫌だ。忘れたくないよ、ファングのことを。
俺は絶対忘れねえ。お前のこと。だから安心しろ。俺の中にお前がいる。
That is a really good gesture. Good job, Fang.
さよなら。ありがとう。大好き。
なんだか寂しそうですわね。アリンさんがいなくなって。
別にそんなことねえよ。
あら、そうですか？
うるさい奴がいなくなってせいせいしてる。
Sure you do, buddy.
そうですか。でしたら、そろそろもう一人のうるさい女も消えましょうか。
あ？
私はずっと血にとらわれて生きてきました。でも、もうそれはおしまいです。本当の自分を私は見つけます。
そっか。
ファングさんはどうなさるんですか？これから。
さあな。俺は俺のままだ。
ファングさんらしいですわ。ファングさん、見送ってくれますか？私、見送るのって苦手なんです。
あ、
予感しているんです、私。ファングさんにもアリンさんにもまた会えるって。必ず。
ティアラ。
だからその日が来るまでお別れです。
ああ、またな。
So there you go. That was the normal ending to Fairy Fencer F. But man, we finished the game. That means we can do a New Game Plus run, so I can show you guys the stuff you can do in New Game Plus, and also like the other endings as well. But man, that was a fun journey. I won't talk during the credits, so I'll just let you guys listen to the song. Hmm. It looks like a good chunk of the tracks do have like vocals in it. But I just need to listen to each of them to figure out what was the one that I heard beforehand. Like the one I was talking about while we were doing the final boss, because that track was pretty good. I wanna know what track that one was. Oh, they mentioned the PlayStation 3 version. But I wonder why they have to mention there's a CG designer for PlayStation 3. Unless they had to like add some things to it or something. And then PC version staff. Oh, look at that. It's the box art. Oh, that's cool. See, you saw the normal ending, you got an achievement. Alright. Yeah, since we're doing like a New Game Plus run, might as well. The moment we load it. Alright.
古の昔、まだ光と闇に命があった頃、光は女神となり、闇は邪神となり、両者は激しい戦いを繰り広げていた。
I'm not sure if I should skip this or not, unless there's like an obvious change. But yeah, we're gonna do the New Game Plus run now, guys.
やがて光と闇は互いを飲み込み、光は闇に蝕まれ、闇は光に切り裂かれ、両者は命を失った。死にゆく星が閃光と暗黒の中に落ちていくように、こうして女神と邪神は永遠の眠りについたのである。
起きなさい、ファング。起きて、ファング。ちょっとファング、起きなさい。ほら、起きるのよ。とっとと起きて。あたしよ、アリンよ。助けに来たわ。逃げましょう。
助ける？誰をだ？
あんたに決まってるでしょ。パンを無銭飲食して捕まるなんてまったく情けない。早く起きて、逃げるのよ。
Yeah, I'll let this play on auto.
逃げる？なんでだ？
If I don't notice any changes, then we can just skip
フェン
it.
サーとしての使命があるでしょ。さっさとここから出て、私と一緒にフューリーを集めるのよ。
嫌だね。俺はここが気に入った。ここで一生を過ごす。だから放っておいてくれ。
は？あなた分かってるの？ここは牢屋なのよ。牢屋。
分かってねえな。ここにいればただで飯が食える。寝たいだけ寝れる。まさに天国だ。俺はここで死にたい。
バカ。そんな美味しい話があるわけないでしょ。この町では食料を盗むことは重罪なのよ。しっぺ100回の刑よ。手が腫れて動かなくなっちゃうんだから。
それはいい。もう顔を洗わなくて済む。
呆れた。あなた本当にバカなのね。手が動かなくなったらもうご飯も食べれなくなっちゃうのよ。
よし、逃げよう。疲れた、オブレ。
は？何言ってるの？まだ10歩も歩いてないじゃない。
長年の牢屋暮らしで体がなまっちまった。いいからオブレ。
ふざけないで。たった3日牢屋にいたぐらいで
いちいち逆らうな。俺はご主人様だぞ。妖精の分際で小生意気な神聖な俺様の体を背負わせてやると言ってるんだ。ありがたくお前。
いい？はっきり言っときますけど、私はあなたのしもべじゃありません。フェンサーと妖精は対等なの。覚えておいて。静かにして。魔法で監視を眠らせているけど 目を覚まさないうちにさっさと逃げましょう。
仕方ねえな。
はあ、なんでこんなやつが私のパートナーになっちゃったんだろう。
ああ、腹減ったな。誰か
Alright,
パンでも
there's no
恵んで
new
くんねえかな。
noticeable difference. So I guess we can just skip it for now. But I want to watch this again because I always love this.
飯出せ。
あなたが今手にしている妖精武器フューリーに宿る命、それが私ねえ。あなたのお名前は？
俺様はファングだ。飯出せ。
よろしくねファング。その剣はもうあなたのもの。そして剣に宿る私の力もあなたのもの。今日からあなたはフェンサーよ。私と一緒にフューリーを集めるの。
おいおい、黙って聞いてりゃ勝手なこと抜かしやがって。何がフェンサーだ。俺の運命は俺が決める。いいからとっとと名刺を出せ。
フェンサーはフューリーを集めるために戦う剣士のことよ。そして今あなたが手にしているのは全部で100本あるフューリーの一つでしかないの。全てのフューリーを集め邪神と一緒に封印された女神を復活させればどんな願いでも叶えられるのよ。
なんだそりゃ、さっきと話が違うじゃねえか。詐欺だ詐欺。この剣を抜けばいいんじゃなかったのかよ。
いいえ、それはまだ始まりに過ぎない。さあ若きフェンサーファング、私と一緒に冒険の旅に出ましょう。
やだ。
今なんて？
やだ、めんどくさい。フェンサーになんかなりたくない。武器を100本集めるなんて考えただけでげんなりする。
ちょっとあなたは私の封印を解いて目覚めさせたのよ。あなたはもうフェンサーなんだからね。私と切っても切れない絆ができちゃったんだから、そんな冷たいこと言わないでよ。
絆？そんな絆俺が断ち切ってやる。あばよ。
待ちなさいよ。この剣を抜いた以上あなたは私と一緒に女神を復活させる運命なの。
ふざけるな。俺の運命は俺が決める。誰の指図も受けない。
ひどい。私初めてだったのに責任ぐらい取ってよ。白状者最低。どっか行っちゃえ。
Gotta love how they met. Gotta love it.
それで誰も抜けない剣を抜いたからパンぐらい多めに見てくれるって思ったわけね。考えが甘いわ。
別に盗んだわけじゃねえ。試食品だと思ったんだ。いっそのことこの剣を金に変えちまえばよかったぜ。
ひどい。やばい、見つかったわ。衛兵たちよ。
よしお前、俺を助けるために犠牲になれ。俺はご主人様だからな。当然のことだ。
何度言ったらわかるの？私はパートナー、五分と五分よ。ほら戦いなさいファング。私を使ってフューリーの力を使うのよ。フェアリンク。
なんだかわかんねえが仕方ねえ。
Honestly, it does feel like it's been ages since I heard like the early game music, especially the first battle theme. But honestly, I can't wait to hear like the first Fair Eyes theme because that one will always slap hard. Like the second one was good and all. I understand why they went with it. It's like it's putting a more heavier emphasis on like, yo, this is like the second half, like things taking it more seriously now. So they made the second Fair Ice game to reflect that, and I feel that they did a really good job with it. But man, the first one is a fucking ball, especially if you're a fan of like Power Rangers or Kamen Rider, because it really does feel like something straight from those like shows and whatnot.
とっとと片付ける。
さあ行くわよファング。私を使えばこんな奴ら楽勝よ。
って剣じゃねえか、ただの。数から不利なんだぞこっちは。
普通の剣じゃないんだから。常人と違って強力な連続攻撃ができるの。これだけで簡単に圧倒できるわよ。
そんだけかよ。それだけなのか。あんまパッとしねえぞ。
ふっふっふ。私は妖精よ。よ、う、せ、い。私を通じれば魔法が使えるのよ。
何？魔法？早く言えそれを。暗記もフォアグラフォッチャーちゃん、熱唱出せー。でね。
ちょっとちょっと、そんな魔法じゃないわよ。いい？攻撃魔法が使えるの。それを使って。
全然実用的じゃない。
何言ってんの。今使いどこでしょ。行くわよ。
やらせてもらう。
So yeah, they I really wish they didn't keep your level. Like I already mentioned this when I was talking about Advent Dark Force. The one thing I liked about that game was they let you pick what you want to import to your New Game Plus. And one of them was levels. And you're able to keep everything else, like your WP, like stuff you learn from spending it, and also the fairy levels and such. Like that was one of the things I liked about Advent Dark Force, where if you're gonna do like a New Game Plus run, I'm like, yeah, it's recommended if you want to see all the endings and such. And I rather go through the New Game Plus run with like everyone being like level 1, so I'm able to like experiment with like essentially the mechanics of the game without having like super ridiculous high stats for like the early game and whatnot. But unfortunately in the original you can't do that, and man, it's a shame because I really want to like fight all of these bosses again, but with like lower, I guess, stat levels and whatnot. So it'd be more funner for me to like, you know, try to I would say get through the boss battles of it without it being like too easy or too difficult. It'd be like more of a fair match at that point.
Attack! やっぱ俺って強いかも。俺って結構強かったんだな。まあ当然か、俺様だからね。
そうよ。あんたにはもともとフェンサーとしての才能があるんだから、これからもよろしくねファング。一緒に残りのフューリーを集めましょう。女神を復活させるために。
何の話だ。勝手に展開を決めるな。前も言ったが俺はそんなめんどくせえことに興味はね
え。何よそれ。助けてあげた恩を忘れたの。あなたには人としての良心ってものがないの。
良心？そんな言葉初めて聞くぜ。あばよ。
待って、私記憶がないの。
記憶がない？
うん。女神を復活させなければいけないことはわかるんだけど、それ以外のことは何も覚えてないの。だから
なんだ。
やっぱりいいわ。もう言って。私のことなんか放っておいて。ファングにしてみたら迷惑な話よね。こんなわけのわからないうざい妖精につきまとわれて。どうしたの？とっとと行きなさいよ。
あなたに捨てられ、私は身も心も疲れ果て、ボロ雑巾のようになり、寂しい路地裏で死ぬんだわ。自分のことも何も思い出せないまま。なんてかわいそうな私。
仕方ない。確かに助けてもらったしな。借りは返さねえと気分が悪い。
でしょでしょでしょ。もう本当は優しいくせに無理しちゃって。
だが一つだけ条件がある。
条件？
さっきの衛兵の生き残りか。しつこい奴らだ。うっとうしいぜ。
できる。今のファングのテンションならヘアライズできるよ。
ヘアライス？タコライスの仲間か。
バカ！フェアライズよ。フェアライズ。
だからなんだよそのフェアなんとかは。
いいから叫んで。フェアライズ。
叫べばいいんだな。フェアライス。何も起きねえぞ。恥ずかしい思いしただけじゃねえか。
だからフェアライスじゃないって言ってるでしょ。ズーよズー。もう一回行くわよ。
やらせてもらう。
フェアライズ。フェアライズシーケンスコンプリート。
進化了。
Man, I kind of miss this, not gonna lie.
Over limit attack. Force impact.
のっぴろー。どりゃ消えろ。
But it is interesting to see some of his like endgame abilities in his like initial Fair Ice form.
次行くぞ。おお、なんだこれ。変身した。
これがあなたと私の力を融合させた戦闘形態、フューリーフォームよ。
っておい、さっき腹に剣刺さったぞ。それになんで思わずポーズ取ってんだ俺は。超恥ずかしいぜ。
これであなたの戦闘力が大幅に強化されたはず。さあ行くわよ。
それにフェアライズって要は変身って意味だろ。じゃあ変身って言った方がかっこよくないかなあ。
ああもう。さあ行くわよって言ったんだから戦いなさいよ。細かい男。
Oh, thanks for the alert, Shinx. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
さあ行くわよ。
覚悟しな。
アタックエフェクト、エクステンドエッジ。
放つ。
そして
フィニッシュ。ちっちゃ上がり。邪魔すんなっての。
これが妖精武器フューリーの力。そして私とあなたが生み出す絆の力よ。
そういうもんなのか。ま、絆なんて面倒そうだが、今みたいにすげえ力が出るなら悪かねえな。
で、さっきの条件って何？
いいか、これだけは忘れるな。俺の運命は俺が決める。俺の意志が俺の運命なんだ。
なんか急にかっこいいけど、具体的にはどういうこと？
食いたい時に食う、寝たい時に寝る。
単純なのね。わかったわ。
Yep. Simple things in life.
ここまで来りゃ一安心だ。さて、それでお前の記憶はどうすれば取り戻せるんだ？
フューリーを集めればいいのよ。そのうちきっと私のことを知っている妖精と出会えるわ。
出会えなかったら
100本すべてのフューリーを集めれば女神が復活する。そうすればすべて思い出せそうな気がするの。
100本全部？ずいぶん気の長い話だな。だいたいその女神ってのはどこの誰なんだ？
古の昔、この世界の平和を司っていた神様のことよ。今は深い眠りについているけど。
眠っているのを起こすのは申し訳ない。俺としてはとっととお前の記憶を取り戻し、こんな冒険をやめて元の生活に戻りたいところだ。
まあ何でもいいわ。とりあえずフューリーを集めましょう。
ちょっと、そこのかっこいいお兄ちゃん。
おう、気持ちのいいやつだな。確かに俺様はかっこいい。ところで誰だお前？
あたしロロ、レンディアやってるの。お兄ちゃんフェンサーでしょ。それじゃあフューリーを探してるんだよね。お得な情報も売ってるよ。
なんかうさんくさい子ね。本当に使える情報なの？も
ちろん。でもお金はちゃんと払ってね。あたし値切る人って大嫌いなの。
おう、話が早くて助かったぜ。それじゃあ早速一つ頼むとすっか。
はいはい、毎度。フューリーの情報ね。でもその前にお題の方をいただきます。今日は特別サービス。このお値段にしとくね。
仕方ねえだろこの際。金よこせ。なんだ、結構持ってるじゃねえか。どうしたんだこの金。まさか盗んだんじゃ？
パン泥棒のあなたに言われたくないわ。まっとうに稼いだの。妖精がその気になれば軽いものよ。特に私のような可愛い妖精はね。
はあ、なるほど。世の中にはマニアックなやつが多いからな。わかるわかる。
A fetish for everyone out there.
ソーヨル草原にフューリーがあるらしいよ。結構強いモンスターが出るらしいから頑張ってね。それじゃ。
ソーヨル草原か。遠いな。お前一人で行ってこいよ。
何言ってんの。私たちは二人で一つなんだから。ほら、何グズグズしてるの。さっさと行くわよ。
わかってるっつうの。命令すんな。
Oh, I remember all of this. Oh. Wait, there's a sub event? But we never met Tiara. I guess we can just unlock this like early on. I'm assuming that's what's happening. They're like, oh, like you still technically have these items imported from your old save, so we're still gonna let you have access to this. I'm assuming that's the case. I'm curious about key visuals and backgrounds. I'm assuming that probably requires us to beat this game like with the other two endings or something. So it's kind of like you had to do like a bunch of New Game Plus runs. And I'm assuming you just have to do the ending with like you talk to Tiara first or you talk to Aaron first. So I'm assuming if you do those two endings first, it probably would unlock the background and key visuals then. Because that's like the only conclusion I'm like thinking of at the moment. Play data. Play drew second. Saved 600. Yeah, that's normal. I save all the time. That's a very normal thing that I do. What else is there? Regular, yeah, that's easy for us. This 100% is what we spammed all the time. Sponge. I do want to do this at some point. Same with Unbroken Heart. I feel like Unbroken Heart is probably the one I'm not gonna do that quickly, because like I tend to finish my fights with full HP, and I never like finish it with like, you know, my HP left like to the dust and whatnot. And also I tend to do like, you know, perfect and such, so it's kind of gonna be hard for me for that. But everything else, I think I'm able to do. Yeah, same with this one. Like, unless I'm fighting, like, an area where I can just get one shot easily, then, like, yeah, this I could do. But I don't think I am. Countermaster. I'm still trying to figure out what attack is magic and what attack isn't magic, so for that to work.
なあ、今日のところはここまでにしないか。
ってあからさまにやる気なくさないの？ほら行くわよ。
へいへい。
Alright, let's do this. Man, it's so weird to see these enemies again. It really is. Them and their low ass stats, and we can just one round them at this point. And we don't even have access to fairies yet, so we're pretty much stuck, like, I guess naked at the moment. It's so weird. I would have felt this be more natural if, like I said, if we did New Game Plus run as level 1, but we can't do that in this game. Evan Dark Force you can, but not in this one. Oh yeah, I need to customize my setup now because we don't have that extra like combo anymore.
Tabi no okata, さぞかしお疲れでしょう。ちょうどカモミールティーを入れたところです。よろしければどうぞご一緒に。
ありがてえ。
ちょっと待ってファング、どう見てもうさんくさいでしょ。怪しすぎるわ。
体が
動かね
もしかしてしびれ薬？もうファンクのバカだから言ったじゃない。
え。何者だてめえ。
あら、お茶をごちそうになっておいてお礼も言えませんの？無礼なこと。まあいいですわ。私はティアラと申します。こちらは私のパートナー妖精のキュイ。あなた、薬入りのお茶などという古典的な手に引っかかるなんて、フェンサーとしてはまだまだですわね。いいお勉強になったでしょう。お礼の代わり、このフューリーを私がいただいていきますわ。
ちょっと待て、汚ねえぞ。
ご冗談を。私は綺麗ですわ。ほら、お飲みなさい。
なんだ、また毒か。
いいえ、解毒剤です。あなたをこのまま
I am
にしておく
curious
のは
about
忍びが
if
た
I
いで
can
すから。
find
これを飲むと5分もすれば動けるようになります。
That's what I'm looking for. I know there's like drama CDs for Fairy Fencer because this game came out during the time when Compile Heart and Ideal Factory made drama CDs for their games, and I believe they stopped after Mega Dimension VR, if I remember correctly. Like that was the last time they made drama CDs. Period. So I'm like thinking to myself like, I wonder if I can find like an English video, like a video that like, you know, fan translated the drama CDs for Fairy Fencer, because I know they did it for like for Neptunia, because that one's their more popular like franchise, and you know there's more passionate Neptune fans. So those ones, that made sense to me. So I'm kind of curious about if Fairy Fencer had like had people doing the English fan translations for their for the drama CDs for Fairy Fencer and whatnot. So yeah, I'll probably look at it like as the cutscene's playing, because at this point we're just like going through the story again. I was like, hey Jun, welcome. Yeah, just keep moving.
あら、どちら様？
俺はいわゆるチンピラさ。お決まりのキャラってやつだ。黙ってそのフューリーを渡すんだな。
さすがお決まりキャラであってずいぶんつまらないお顔をしていますのね。あなたに差し上げるものはございません。
けなら腕ずくでいただくぜ、あんたごとな。そのお高く止まった顔が泣き顔に変わるのを見てみたいね。
それは俺も見たい。
誰だてめえら。
あら、私を追いかけていらしたのね。ファンゴさんだったかしら。わかりますわ。私を愛してしまったんですのね。なんて可愛らしい方でしょう。
なわけねえだろ。てめえこの女の仲間か。違う。
ええ、そうですわ。こちら私の頼もしい下僕ですの。ファングさん、私あちらの方に迫られて困ってましたの。助けていただけます？って誰があんたの味方なんか。
てめえもフェンサーか。だったらちょうどいい。
Oh, people did make fan translations for the Fairy Fencer drama CDs. Yeah, we can definitely watch this at some point. Damn, is that? Yeah, this is cool. I like this. Yeah, we can like watch this at some point. I'm thinking of like what kind of stream I could do with the drama CDs. Maybe at one point, maybe around like when we're at the second half of the game. Or maybe like near the end of the first half. Because I'm like thinking to myself like, where would these drama CDs be? Because I know most of them are like either the fan servicey kind, where it's literally just the characters like pampering you. And then there's ones that I know technically does take place in the story. That's usually the direction they do with the drama CDs when it comes to compile heart games and also Ideal Factory games. So I just need to like kind of experience it. Well, not experience. I need to like see a summary of it real fast, so I'm able to like kind of determine like, oh, okay, hey, this one's like, you know, the fan servicey one, so we can just watch that anytime, or maybe these ones are like the story-driven ones, so I probably will show those ones at a certain point in the story, like that sort of thing. So I probably had to do that in my off time to like to gauge like which drama CD to play and whatnot.
お疲れ様でした、ファングさん。なかなかにお強いんですのね。あら、どうかしましたの？
いや、意外で。お前のことだから俺たちが戦ってる間にずらかるかと思ってた。
だよね。私そんな失礼なことはしませんわよ。それより一つ提案がありますの。あなた方にとってこれ以上ない嬉しいことです。提案？あなたたちマジで私の下僕にして差し上げます。どうです？素敵でしょ？嬉しいでしょ？はあ？あなた方のように腕の立つ方が一緒ですとっても心強いですわ。私のようにか弱く美しい乙女が一人で行動するとどうしても先ほどのようなことになりますし。勝手な。なんで私らがあんたなんかと組まなきゃいけないのよ。ほら、あなた方にとってもメリットはありますわ。戦いの時人数が多い方が有利でしょ。それに私演者が宿を経営しておりますのでお泊まりの場所も提供できましてよ。冗談じゃないってな。誰があんたみたいな腹黒女と。
その宿の飯はうまいのか？
もちろんですわ。どこぞの三つ星レストランからシェフを引き抜いてきたと聞いております。よ
しくま。
飯目当てかい。
いや、それだけじゃねえ。あの女の言う通り、その方が戦闘が楽だろ。フューリーだって集めやすいじゃねえか。
ってあんた、あの女にフューリー集めやらせて自分は楽しようとしてるんじゃないの？
さて、宿に案内しろ。三つ星の飯でも食おうじゃねえか。
ええ、ついていらしてください。ちょっと待ちなさいよ、こら！
私はどうなっても構いません。
Oh yes, this is when Sherman saves him this time instead of murdering the old man and the girl. The beginning is quite something, alright.
命が惜しかったらさっさと身ぐるみ全部置いてきな。
ついでにそのガキもな。 なに命は取らねえ。俺たちでたっぷり可愛がってから高く売り飛ばしてやるから安心しな。
よっ、なんだいきなり砂嵐かよ。やべえ。
失礼。どうやらお困りのご様子ですね。
あなたは。
なんだてめえは。どこから湧いてきやがった。
何者だ。僕の何が知りたいのですか。名前ですか、生き方ですか、それとも剣の腕ですか。名前はシャルマンです。もう聞いても仕方ありませんね。
シャルマン、敵対勢力の増援を確認した。
なんてこったい。俺の可愛い子分どもがい。てめえ許せねえ。
そう、君も彼らの後を追うつもりですか。ならば容赦はしません。リシン、全兵力解放、合体します。
ネガティブ。目標の戦闘力は低レベル。合体の必要を認めず、シャルマンの戦闘力なら勝率 100%。
どのような時も全力を持って当たるのが僕の流儀ですが、君がそう言うなら仕方ありませんね。
この野郎、なんだか知らねえが俺をバカにしてやがるね。ぶっ殺してやれ。
確かにリシンの言う通りでした。さて、おじいさん、怪我はありませんか。
はい、危ないところをありがとうございました。
お兄ちゃん、ありがとう。
僕はするべきことをしたまでですよ。
これは一体。
うわー、綺麗。
どうか良い旅を。あなた方に神の祝福がありますように。さあ行きましょう、リュシン。
あの方は
きっと神様のお使いだよ。
そうだね。ありがたいことだよ、本当に。
Yeah, this is literally how they first met. I'm letting this play out. I'm letting this play out for memory's sakes. I love. Man, the early game was quite something.
次に三つ星シェフの料理で、お次に三つ星シェフの料理、そして最後に三つ星シェフの料理で締めだ。
あんたね。
で、三つ星シェフの料理はどこだ？
いらっしゃい。お待ちしてたよ。
お世話になりますわ。
なんだこのおばちゃんは。
この宿のおかみさんで、私の縁者の方ですわ。お食事は彼女が作ります。
このおばちゃんが三つ星シェフか？
そうは見えないけど。大丈夫。彼女の料理の腕は三つ星レベルですわ。
騒ぎだ！お前嘘ついたのかよ！
彼女のいとこのお嫁さんのお兄さんのご友人が三つ星シェフです。つまり彼女もほぼ三つ星シェフですわ。
世間でそれをなんて言うか教えてやる。他人だ他人。料理の腕と全くもって関係ね
え。お兄さん、私が三つ星シェフじゃないって疑ってるね。私の名前は三つ星。つまり正真正銘の三つ星シェフさ。
なんだその小ネタは。
料理が美味しければ文句はないでしょ。細かいことにうるさいと水虫になりますわよ。
なるか。どんなつながりだ。
おや、お兄さん水虫なのかい？
うげ、ファング、
部屋の中を裸足で歩かないでよね。
断じて違う。俺様の足は群れ知らずだ。
ぐずぐずしてないで早く部屋に行きますわよ。いろいろとお話ししたいこともありますし。
今度水虫に効く薬草をあげるから元気をお出し。
だから俺は水虫じゃねえ。話ってなんだ一体。
ちょっと目をつむってくださいます？
別にいいけどよ。なんだっての一体。
すぐにお見せしますわ。ですから今は目を。
なんだかわかんねえが。
アリンさん、あなたもです。
わかってるわよ。
では。
なんだこの感じ。体がふわっと。
まだですわ。目は決して開けないで。ちょっと。もういいですわよ。
なんだってんだ。
何ここ。
でっけえ女。石像か。
女神様。
お分かりになりますのね。さすが妖精の端くれさんですわ。
I do find how I word it. I wonder if they still let us keep the fairies that we got from the previous playthrough, or do we have to reacquire some of them? Because I know we have to redo all of Lola's quests in order to get her as the final optional party member in the end of the game. So we literally are, we are literally forced to redo her side quests in order to recruit her again. But I know for Apollo, we're fine because we're literally above the level range for him to join our party when we get to that point.
今はそんな軽口相手にしてらんないわ。どこよここ。私たちどうやってここに来たの？
ここは時間と時間の狭間にある意識空間。まあ夢みたいなものですわね。これは私、いえ、キュイの特殊能力です。
キュイ？へえ、あなたなんかすごい能力持ってるのね。
現実じゃねえのか。へえ、不思議なもんだな。
ここはかつて女神が封印された空間。そしてあちらにいるのは
邪神？
そう、邪神。かつて世界を滅ぼそうとしたと言われる邪悪なもの。現在は体中に刺さった剣で封印されていますけど。
本当だ。かすかに魔力の波動を感じる。死んではいないのね。それは女神も同じだけれど。
ああ、よく見りゃなんかトゲトゲがいっぱい刺さってんな。あれで封印されちまったのか。
ええ、そしてそのトゲトゲもまたフューリーなのです。宿った妖精は力をもう使い果たして消えてしまったけれど。
フューリー、確かに動力源は妖精だものね。
かつてお互いを封印したフューリーも前段は命中しなかったようです。外れてしまい人間界に残されたもの。それが
私たちのような妖精とフューリーってわけね。
はあ、よくわかんねえけど。で、なんだってんだここが。
先ほど手に入れたフューリーを使い女神に刺さった剣を抜きます。
それって封印 解くってこと？
ええ、そうです。女神様の封印を解きます。
おい、もうゴールじゃねえか。よーし、俺はたらふくうんめえ飯を食わせてもらおう。
いや、1本や2本抜いたくらいじゃ復活しないでしょ。それよりフューリーを使うって？
中に宿る妖精をあちらのフューリーに移して起動させ抜き取ります。
それで女神が復活？
いいえ、その他にも何かが必要なようですが、そこまでは分かりません。
肝心なとこは分かんないって。そもそもどうしてあんたがそんなこと知っているのよ。私でもこんな場所知らなかったのに。
それはフェンサーたるもの、女神と邪神を調べるのは当然です。むしろ知らないあなた方の方がおかしいですわ。それにここに来られるのはキュイのおかげですし、大体あなたは記憶喪失なのでしょ。残念ですわね。忘れなければ知っていたかもしれませんのに。
言い返せない。ちょっとファング、あなたも黙ってないで何か言ってよ。
ああ、俺にはよくわかんねえや。とにかくフューリーを集めて中の妖精に封印を解いてもらえばいいんだろ。だったら当初と目的は変わんねえし、いいんじゃね。
まあそうですわね。ああ、それと封印を解こうとすると何かが襲ってきますの。注意なさって。
何かってなんだよ。
多分封印を守る防衛装置みたいなものかしらね。
そうですわね。なかなか手強い相手です。抜くときは注意なさって。
試してみたの？
それがフェンサー自身と契約しているフューリーは使用できないようです。契約の絆が継続中だからでしょうね。
なんかあんたの話ってさも見てきたかのようね。罠か何かじゃないでしょうね。
私そんな手は使えません。
カモミールティーの件忘れたとは言わせないわよ。
細かいことはいいですわ。女神を復活させるという目的はあなたも同じなのでしょ。とにかく私たちはフューリーを集めて女神の封印を解いていく。いいですわね。
その他の方法ってのが気になるけど。
そういうこったな。
キューイ。
Okay, so they do keep all the fairies. We got...
ねえねえ、どうしてアリンは記憶がないんだろう。散々もったいぶっといてただの物忘れってオチなら最悪だね。
女神様を起こさないといけないんだよね。起きてってみんなで大きい声出したら起こせないかな。
喧嘩上手。俺様に挑戦するやつはいないのか。いつでも受けて立つぜ。俺様の強さ見せてやる。
Okay, this one's not new. This is like when you first got him.
集めましょう。きっといいことがあるようなないような。曖昧に言っておけばまず間違いありませんから。
ああ、アリンが前に何してたか知らねえな。どうせ忘れちまったんなら無理に思い出さなくたっていいんじゃねえか。
Yeah, this one's new.
愚民どもよ、我に従え。そうすれば必ずや勝利に導いてくれよ。ファングのような若造には任せておれぬわ。
Yeah, it's probably best for me just to go drill the dialogues. Even if some of them are like old ones we saw before, it's just safer to do this so we're able to get everything.
大事をなすには計画的に物事を進めなければいけません。とは言っても、ファングに計画性を求めるのは無理な話かもしれませんが。
わらわがいる限り、そなたらに敗北などありえぬ。ファングでは心もとないと感じれば、いつでもわらわについてくるがよいぞ。
てめえ、俺がロブっぽいからって舐めてんじゃねえだろうな。
ちょっと外に出ろよこら。オイルまみれにしてやんよこら。
あれ、俺ってば注目されちゃってる？いやー、参っちゃうな。やっぱこれかな。このつぶらな瞳がみんなの注目集めちゃうのかな。
てめえ、俺がロボっぽいか。
あれ？
よっしゃー、これだっつーの、これこれ。血は筋肉踊る冒険に憧れてたんだ。漫画の読みすぎとか言うなっつーの。
よーし、フューリー集め張り切っていくよ。やっぱこういうのはノリとか勢いとかが大事だもんね。ふふ。よーし、フューリー。
私がいるからには規則正しい生活を心がけていただきます。まずはファングさんです。あの人は少年から叩き直す必要を感じます。
戦い任せろ。俺強い。俺戦う。お前たち出る幕ない。
けつま物集めなんて俺の柄じゃねえざよ。もっとガーって一気にできる方法とかないんべか。なあ、
悪者倒しながら旅するのって正義の味方みたいでかっこいいね。え？悪者倒すのが目的じゃなかったっけ？
行くぞオラー。女神でも何でも叩き起こしてやるよ。私が大活躍してやっから目ん玉ひんむいてよーく見てろよ。
アリン検索結果が出ました。私のデータにアリンの情報はありません。お役に立てずすみません。
か弱き人の子よ、女神の復活を望むか。ならばその覚悟を見せてみよ。さすれば我が力を貸して信ぜよう。
人生とは旅であり、人は皆旅人である。迷うことがあっても立ち止まるな。迷うことこそが人生の醍醐味なのだ。
ねえねえ、私ってばすっごく可愛いと思わない？多分世界一可愛い妖精よ。アリーになんか負けないんだから。
フューリー、それ探すか？それうまいか？うまいもの食べたい。フューリー食べる。ダメか？
初期設定をお願いします。はい。今忙しいから後で。そうやって面倒事を後回しにしてばかりいるのはよくありません。
うちの嫌いなことを教えたる。じっとしとること、おとなしゅうしとること、それとええ子にしとることや。わかったらうちを戦わせるんやな。
何ジロジロ見てるんだよ。あ、僕が子供だからってバカにしてるんだろ。こう見えても僕はすごく優秀なんだからね。見くびらないでよ。
私口数多くないんです。なんかすみません。
我の姿が恐ろしいか、人の子よ。何、取って食いはしない。 似て食うかもしれんがな。軽いジョークだ。そう怯えるな。
どうしました？不安そうな顔をして。まあ無理もありませんか。しかし皆で力を合わせればどうにかなります。きっと大丈夫ですよ。
ぐるぐるぐるガウガウガウガウガウガウぐるぐるぐるガウガウガウぐる。
ファングは落ち着きがなさすぎるな。もっと泰然と構えていてほしいものだが、そうは思わないか？
アリンは一体何者なのでしょう。記憶喪失の妖精とは珍しいですね。もしかするとすごい秘密を持っているのかもしれません。
ファングは落ち着
アリンは
どうやらこの世界に大きな変化が訪れようとしているらしい。何が起きるのかこの目でしっかり見定めるとしよう。
I had to double check because for that last two light fairies, I was like, did I like properly listened?
ヒューリー探すとかめんどくせえな。女神なんてわざわざ起こさなくたって寝かせといてやりゃいいのによ。
記憶を失う以前のアリンさんのことを存じ上げず申し訳ありません。ですが微力ながらフューリー収集をお手伝いしたいと思います。
ヒューリー探すとか
記憶
アリンって前の記憶がないんでしょ。まぬけよね。ま、仕方ないから記憶取り戻すの手伝ってあげるけど、ありがたく思ってよ。
なかなかに面白そう。ああ、いや厄介なことになりそうじゃの。じゃが案ずるな。わしがいれば100人力じゃ。本当じゃぞ。
私には便利な機能が搭載されています。いつでもどこでもご飯を炊けるよう炊飯ジャーが内蔵されているのです。
なんかすっげえことが起こりそうな気がする。やっぱ変化がない人生なんてつまんないもんな。うん。
戦う好き、暴れる好き、俺強い、もっと俺使え。そうしたら絶対勝つ。わかったか？
女神を復活させるか。まだまだ先は長そうね。とにかく地道に着実にやっていきましょう。それが一番の近道だわ。
今日はとってもいい天気。明日も天気だといいな。知ってる？天気の日はお日様がご機嫌な証拠なんだって。
そんな細腕で戦えるのかってあまり見くびらないでくれ。これでも私はかなりの手だれだと自負している。試してみるか？
まさかこの私があのような若造と行動を共にすることになろうとはな。人生とは何が起こるかわからぬものだもっとも、私は人ではないがな。
うん、今日はとってもいい天気。明日も天気だといいな。知ってる？天気の日はお日様がご機嫌な証拠なんだって。
おい、何ガン飛ばしてんだよ。私を怒らせてえのか。ったく、人をジロジロ見たら失礼なんだからな。覚えとけよ。
ねえねえ、まさかこの私そう。
Alright, so that's all the dialogue. That's fine. Let us save. We still have our ridiculous amount of WP. Alright. But yeah, I need to change this. Alright. Let's do this. Yank.
始めますわ。始めます。消えなさい。たあ、チャンスですわ。次。あら、この程度なんですの
There we go. Goddess blessing. And we have the best like shaping effects as well. This is really good. Like, I'm not going to do experience grinding. So like this amount of WP, hell yeah. And now we're S rank.
本当に襲ってきやがったな。ま、俺にかかれば楽勝だけどな。
本当に倒して封印を一つ解いた。封印をやりましたわ。ありがとうございます、お二方。
ほほう、やけに素直じゃん。
いえ、部下の仕事をねぎらうのも上司の務めですからね。
誰が部下よ、誰が。いい？はっきり言っときますけど。
おい待て、この縫いたけなんかすげえパワーを感じるぞ。
本当だ。何これ。女神の神器に染まったのかよくは分かりませんけれど、共鳴効果、レゾナンスエフェクトが強力になったようですわね。
レゾナンス？何？
レゾナンスエフェクトです。フューリーにフューリーを共鳴させると不思議な力を発揮することがあるようですの。
不思議な力ねえ。あんた本当にどっからその知識を得たのよ。
ですからいろいろ古い文献を調べたのです。女神復活に近づくのは間違いないのですし、細かいことはいいでしょう。
そうだけど。
どうでもいいよんなことは。腹減った、帰ろうぜ。
そうですわね。三つ星シェフの晩ご飯いただくとしましょうか。
思い出させるなよ、俺のがっかりファンタジーを。
ごめんなさいね。本当のことなど言えませんの。
Alright, let's unlock our final movesets. God Slayer. I don't think this is inaccurate. It's like an accurate move, I believe. Let's see. Release a full force. Yeah, they don't say it's inaccurate, so it's a pretty accurate move. Full barrel. And then we can just learn all of these since we pretty much got everything at this point. Hey, we got our achievement. Boost one of your weapons to its max. Yeah, Godslayer. She knows great swords too. Why would she know great swords? And also, I'm kind of sad that in Advent Dark Force, they didn't add any new moves for the pre-existing characters. But I know they added new moves for Sherman, Apollo, and Lola. Everyone else, they just get new outfits. And that's it. They don't get new moves, unfortunately. And I wish they did. Because I feel like the moveset we have is pretty nice, but I would like more. Since it seems like each moveset is based on like a specific weapon that their fairy can transform into. So to me, it makes more sense if they had like an additional couple new moves to like represent them and such. Where's my axe? There it is. There we go. We're gonna stack it to the max. Alright. I wanna see what Godslayer is like. Kiara, you're fine actually. You have the moveset that I want you to have, so it's okay.
噂って誰から聞いたのよ。ないしょ。それよりお買い得商品があるんだけど、買わない？ドルファ社の新商品ですっごい美味しいカップ麺なんだけどさ、お湯を注いで完成するまで3時間かかるんだ。
そのカップ麺には致命的な欠陥がある。手軽さに欠ける。絶対売れない。俺もいらない。
珍しく賢い選択だわ。さあ行きましょう。しっかり稼いできてね。
Yeah, I saw this dialogue. Oh. I did not mean to do that. But at the same time, it does seem like a good idea for us to pull off all the swords from her.
そういやまた目的地に向けて探索するのか。めんどくせえな。
そんなこと言っても仕方ないでしょ。ほら、行くよ。
お待ちになって。漠然とした目的地に向かって闇雲に進んでも疲れるし時間の無駄ですわ。ここはフューリーの力を借りましょう。
フューリーの？
フューリーを地面に刺すと地脈を刺激して、それがソナーのようになって知りたい座標を正確に測れるんです。
地脈を刺激？
ええ、ですから迷うこともありませんわ。けれど余計な刺激によって思わぬ副作用があるかもしれませんが。
何よ副作用って。
やってみればわかりますわ。
あんたまた机上の空論？9位で試したりしてないの？
それが今回も自身と契約しているフューリーではダメらしいんです。詳しくはわかりませんが、それと測るには有効な射程というものがあります。そこに注意してください。と言ってもまた地面に刺し直せばいいだけのことですけれど。
やっぱりおかしいよ。このティアラはいろいろ詳しすぎる。文献で調べられるのならもっと世間的にも研究が進んでいるはず。ねえ、どう思う？ファン。
Yep, there we go. Alright. Let's start pulling off the swords that I want to... Angel's Luck, we're gonna give it to him because it stacks.
お覚悟を。どなたが相手かしら。終わりですわね。
That one... I'm still giving it to Neil. Because I can't think of like a C rank fairy that would benefit from guns. Because the only ones I can think of is like maybe Tiara, Fang, and maybe Apollo. Then Stillsdree, other than Harley, has guns. Oh wait, there's like Lola as well, but there isn't a lot of... I don't know, I feel like... I don't think it would benefit her that much, to be honest. So I'm gonna still stick it to Neil.
準備はよろしくて。お覚悟を。
Or Nelly, that's her name, Nelly. I keep saying Neil for some reason.
あら、この
Wait, did I not pull it? Oh no, I did. Oh no, I didn't. I was like, why is there another gun? why is there another gun power? I'm like, wait a minute. I think I gave it to her, yeah. Yeah, I did. I gave it to her. Because I couldn't think of like a fairy that would benefit from paralyzed null. So yeah, let's do that.
行くぜ。
行きますわ。次。
さてと。
みなぎりますわ。
飛ぶ。寝てろ。お夜食再々。
Wait, where's the A1? Oh, there it is. Stunt. Would I get the stunt? I don't remember. Was this safe? Was this do those for now? Freya. And then Sigurd.
行きますわ。消えなさい。やはっ。終わりですわね。あら、この。
つれ。ふっ。かかってこい。
始めます。たあ、刈り取る。貫け。はっ。終わりですわね。
だ。くらえ。のりゃ。くらえ。次。悪いがやらせてもらった。
No wonder launcher got nerfed in Advent Dark Force. Like full out barrel, like the final move you learn. Yeah, no wonder it got nerfed because it does so many hits. Because in Advent Dark Force they changed it so that it still kept the 20 hits, but it has really low accuracy now. So you're capable of missing more often. And I guess that's how they balanced it.
行くぜ。
お覚悟を。たあ、て。たあ。
やらせてもらう。さてと。
始めます。
行くぜ。
お覚悟を。始めます。
やらせてもらう。
どなたが相手かしら。本当の力見たいってやらいじ。行きますわ。
Man, I miss this. I miss this a lot. I'm assuming those blank cutscenes are where the is when the first time you get the fairy. Like so it was supposed to like play it out, being like, oh, congrats, you got this fairy and such. All right, so I would say this is a good place for me to do BRB. Well, a long one because I want to like get lunch and such. So I would say it'd be like a good 20 minutes, 20-minute BRB, like, you know, lunch break and such. That sounds like a good plan. So let's me type this in. I would say, yeah, this is fair. This is a fair amount of time. So take this as you guys' opportunity for your own long BRB break. Get your own breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Perhaps take perhaps take a shower and such. So it's just gonna be a long BRB. So yeah, see you guys. I will be back. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Also, I want to be like eating some snacks. So you're gonna hear like some chewing as I'm like playing.
Ara, なんか不機嫌そうですけど。別になんでもない。さあ、お行きなさいファングさん。私のためにしっかり洞窟のモンスターを退治してくださいね。
何偉そうに命令してやがる。何様のつもりだおめえは。この内面ブスが。
それ本当に面白い方ですのね、ファングさん。そんな言われ方するの私初めてです
わ。それよかったな。行くぞアリ。
わかってるわよ。
悪いな。
始めます。消えなさい。動かないで。必中。今です。はい、おしまい。
こいつで切る。飛ぶ。どうだ。聞かねえよ。
お覚悟を。
覚悟しな。切る。まだだ。どうだ。突っ込んだな。
There we go. Oh, okay, so it's over there. Alright, grab those. Hit this.
行きますわ。はい、おしまい。やった
ー。Cutscene time.
目当てのフューリーはどちらでしょうか。ファングさんもアリンさんもしっかり探してくださいましね。
分かってるっつの。おいアリン、さっきから何むくれてんだ。
ファングは気になんないの？
何が？
あの女よ、あの腹黒女、すっごいムカつくじゃない。あいつ会った時から私のことずーっと小バカにしたような目で見てるんだよ。どうかなさいましたの？お二人でこそこそと。
別に何でもねえよ。すぐに行くから先に進んでろ。
まあレディーファーストのおつもりかしら。ご親切なことですわね。でもモンスターの退治はきちんとしていただかないと困りますわ。そのためにあなた方がいるのですのよ。ああいう女なのよ。いつも一言多いし。 あいつ絶対に私やあんたのことバカにしてるよね。てか利用する気満々じゃない。
ムカつくのは確かだけどよ、利用する気なのはこっちも同じだろうが。
そりゃそうだけど。
フューリーを集めなきゃいけねえんだろ。だったらしばらくは我慢しとけ。ほら行くぞ、早くしねえとあの女に持ってかれちまうぞ。
あ、待ってよもう。
よっつれもらいはっつれよっつれ。さけさて
There we go. And we can jump over this because we have the float stone.
見つけました。きっとあれがフューリーですわ。
おい、それじゃ早速。
ちょっとお待ちになって。
んだよ、さっさと手に入れてこんな洞窟をおさらばしようぜ。
そうそう、何もったいつけてんのさ。簡単に見つかりすぎではありません？こういう場合、何かしら罠が隠されてるとは思いませんか？罠？ええ、フューリーが隠されてる場所は古代の遺跡なようなものですからね。隠した古代の方がよくトラップを仕掛けているものですのよ。
なんだお前、よく知ってんなそんなこと。
あなた方が知らなさすぎですわ。言われてみるとここまで簡単すぎたかなって思うけど。
いいだろ、その方が楽で。こういうのはな、ごちゃごちゃ考えてる間にやっちまえばいいんだよ。
あ、ちょっとファングさん。
よっと、ほら抜けた。なんだ。
これはひょっとしてファング逃げ
て。うわ、なんでこんなところから溶岩が。くそ、囲まれた。出られねえ。
もうですから私言いましたのに。ファングさん、少し軽率すぎましたよ。ってあんたも何のんきに言ってんのよ。このままじゃファングが。ええ、分かってますわ。でもこういうトラップは大抵の場合簡単に解除できるものですのよ。そう、例えば。ちょっとどこに行くの？この岩のように見せかけた板が制御装置だとか。あ、溶岩が流れてっちゃった。
助かったのか。
ほら、お分かりでしょ？分かったって何が？私がいなければお二人ともダメってことがですわ。お礼なら結構ですわ。おバカな下僕を助けるのもご主人様の役目ですものね。
くそ、覚えてやがれ。
いつか絶対に泣かしてやる。って今度は何？
どうやらモンスターの親玉らしいぜ。今度は俺の出番だな。はい、
しっかり働いてくださいましね。ってあんたも戦うのよ。行きますわよ。キュイ、どなたが相手かしら。たわいもないわ。
There you go.
少し私に及ばないようですわ。 なんとか片付いたみたいね。
でも次からは安易な行動は慎んでくださいましね。
ほんとしっかりしなさいよファング。いつまでもこんな女に言いたいこと言わせといちゃダメ。
あったよくっさ。ほらフューリーも手に入れたんだからさっさと帰るぞ。
ファングさんって本当に楽しい方ですわ。
Alright, sub event. Alright, at this point, we just have to wait until we get to the second half of the game, where we will get the special quest that requires us to be B rank. But since we're S rank, that means we don't have to worry about anything. So they do save the like endgame accessories, essentially. Yeah, everything's fine here.
Oh, なんだよいきなり叩き起こしやがって。いい気持ちで寝てたったよに。
ほんとよ。お肌が荒れたらどうしてくれるの？寝不足は美容の敵なんだから。
その程度の顔、多少のお肌の良し悪しなど関係ありませんわ。
はあ、あんた朝っぱらから喧嘩売ってんの？
何が朝ですか。まっとうな人間ならもうとっくに起きて働いてる時間です。さあすぐに支度してください。出かけますわよ。
どこに？ってなんであんたが仕切ってんのよ。
誰のおかげでここに泊まれているか分かっていますわよね。
そんなこと分かってるわよ。っていうか昨日より態度大きくなってる気がする。
私一晩考えましたの。そして反省しました。ご主人様としてもっと厳しくしないと。その方があなた方のためになります。
ふざけないで。だいたいあなたがご主人様なんて認めてないんだから。ちょっとファング黙ってないであんたもなんか言いなさいよ。
ああめんどくせえ。どうでもいい好きにしてくれ。ああ眠。
ではそういうことでよろしくお願いしますねアリンさん。
Alright.
ごきげんよう。何 何かおすすめの情報はあるかしら？
ご希望お好みに合わせていろいろ用意できるけど、ほらそこはそれお金次第ってことで。
相変わらず露骨ね。
私お金しか信用してないの。私お金大好きなんだもん。ピカピカ光って綺麗だし、チャリンチャリンいい音するし、私的にはね、金って書いて愛って読むんだ。
だからあなたの情報は信用できる、そういうことですわね。
お姉ちゃんわかってる。お姉ちゃんたちフェンサーだよね。だったら
楽なのにしてくれ。とびっきり楽なやつ。それが俺の希望だ。
はいはいはい、私は記憶が取り戻したいの。私のこと知ってる妖精に会いたい。口を挟まないでください。あなた方の希望は聞いていません。ロロさん、この人たちのことは無視していいです。
じゃあこれなんかどうかな。フェンサーにぴったりの極上もんだよ。
ではそれをいただきますわ。
おっと、その前にお金ちょうだい。毎度あり。孤独図氷窟にあるって話だよ。
Alright, this is fine. Alright. Let's, like I said, let's pull out some of these swords. Just need to double check some things real fast. Hold on. Yeah, this is what I want with her. Ox Paula. For Road. For Lola. The fire support is for Nyx. I remember that. SP cost down. Who did I give that to? I don't remember. I think it was him. Yeah, it was him. Yeah. Fire support would be for Nyx. And then I'm gonna make the launcher. Oh, I forgot to do Freya. Freya's like, you know, pulse SP, like recovery. Yeah, this. Did the Vile God had a couple with them as well, or was there none? Nope, none. But the building, yeah, this is for Etho, but Tiara kept using it so much. But that's fine. Yeah, give it to Freya.
準備はよろしくて始めます。次やったー。
And then we have this thing. Round guard or stunt? No. I think round guard is better since, like I said, we're gonna use Boa a little more often now.
始めます。消えなさい。えい、今です。たわいもないわ。
まだだ。どうだ。悪いがやらせてもら。
So once, I'm trying to remember what the hidden dialogue was. Because like I said, there was a hidden dialogue if you pull off all the swords from the god or goddess early on.
「この辺りに間違いありません。よく注意して探してください。必ずどこかに入り口があるはずです。」
足の裏痛いよ。もう岩ばっかで歩きにくい。
ちょっと休憩しようぜ。疲れた。
お腹すいた。文句ばっかり言ってないでちゃんと探してください。あ
りましたわ。これが確かここって近くの村人も近づかない場所なんだよね。まあフューリーって大体そういう場所にあるもんなんだけど。入りますよ。ねえ、ちょっと寒くない？
つが異常に寒いぞ。
寒い寒い寒い寒い。気のせいです。頭が悪いからそう感じるんですわ。
地面も壁も完全に凍ってるぞ。これでも気のせいか？
ティアラだって寒いんでしょ？さっきからずっと震えてるじゃん。鼻水出てるし。出てません。私は生まれて一度も鼻水なんて出したことありませんわ。そもそも鼻水なんて私にはないんです。
それはすごい。
それに震えているのは敵に備えて素早く細かく動いてるせいですわ。痩せ我慢しちゃって。ほらティッシュあるから鼻水拭いてあげる。はい、チーン。やめてください。私の鼻に触るのは痛いですわ。ほらほら、カメカメ、チーンだよ、チーン。
おい、戻ろうぜ。寒すぎる。
そうね。あったかい鍋焼きうどんが食べたいよ。帰ろう帰ろう。いい加減にしてください。それではいつまでたっても女神の封印は解けません。さあ行きますよ。動いていた方が体が温まります。やっぱ寒いんじゃん。腹立たしい人たちですわ。少しは使えると思ったのに、とんだ見込み違いでした。巨大カマキリ。
モンスターの巣かよ。村人が近づかないわけだぜ。
油断なさらないで。どなたが相手かしら。次。少し私に及ば。どうしたのファング。動きが鈍いわよ。パワーも落ちてる。
寒いんだよ。それにツルツル滑ってまともに動けね
え。ちょっとティアラ、あんたのせいよ。ろくな準備もしないで進んだりするから。ご主人様ずらしてるくせに全然ダメじゃん。それはああ、また鼻水垂れてるよ。ほらチーンよ、チーン。うっさいですわね。おだまり、この腐れ妖精。イライラしますわ。さあかかってきなさい。醜いモンスターども。一匹ずつ血祭りにしてやりますわ。ティアラが切れた。
すげえ。
やら
せてもらう。
どなたが相手かしら。
I don't remember if, well, I thought about stealing, but I was like, wait a minute, we don't have the character needed for stealing.これくらい当然ですわね。行きますわ。 Are you kidding me? Hold on.
次。
さてと。
ダンジャーモード。
くらえ。おりゃ。 寝てろ親食。
見てファング、あいつの体の中フューリーよ。
とっとと終わらせて帰ろうぜ。早く風呂に入りて寒くてたまんねえ。
うん、速攻で決めよう。油断なさらないで。お覚悟を。
I know we're technically supposed to lose to this, but it's really easy for us to kill it, to be honest. So let's just kill it.
アタックエクステンドエッジ。
おりゃ寝てろ邪魔すんなっての。ダメだ。
この寒さと動きづらさ、完全に計算外でしたわ。必要以上に体力が消耗して、こうなった以上認めざるを得ません。私としたことが軽率でした。二人の言動に完全に調子を狂わされました。いつもだったらこんなミスは。いえ、他人なんかを当てにしようとしたから自業自得ですわ。
どうしようもねえ。
もう動けませんわ。
二人とも情けないわね。諦めるのは早いわよ。
あり。
でももう力が。
まだ手はある。ファング、フェアライズをリセットするわよ。
何？
私に任せなさい。
小さくなった？
Oh, look at that. Small area. I still need to, like, take a screenshot of this. And, like, convert it to, like, a little PNG. So I can, like, put it on stream. Maybe I can do that right now. Hold on. Alright, I'm done. I'm satisfied.
いくわよ。フューリー、いっただき。危なかったね、二人とも。私の活躍がなかったらどうなってたか。
今回はあなたに助けられました。お礼を言いますわ。
あら、いいのよ。お礼なんて仲間なんだから助け合うのは当然でしょ。私はただ当たり前のことをしただけ。ああ、でも足手まといの仲間を持つと苦労するわね。あと使えない衛星ご主人様とか。
図に乗って
なんか言った？いえ、なんでもありませんわ。ファングももっとしっかりしてよね。私のパートナーなんだから、せっかくの私の能力が無駄になっちゃう。
そうですわね。 そろそろファングさんが活躍するお姿を拝見したいですわ。
うるせえ、勝手なことばっかり言うな。別になりたくてフェンサーなったんじゃねえ。
Yeah, we can buy it. I'm thinking about ending the stream when we get to the next story event. And then when I get the opportunity to save, I will be like, yeah, that's like a good place for me to end stream. Like, this is a good stopping point.
お覚悟を。たわいもないわ。やったー。さあ行きますわよ。お覚悟を。はい、おしまい。
アタックエフェクトフレームアウト。
私の出番はまだかしら。
そらそら
やりゃ一丁上がり。悪いがやらせてもらった。
There we go. Alright, that quest is done.
最近雨漏りがひどくてね、屋根の修理をしなきゃいけないんだけど、ほらあんたの連れなんて言ったっけ？
ファングさんですか？
そうそう、あの人やってくれないかね。いつも寝てばっかりで暇そうにしてるだろ。
いいですわ。私から言っておきます。お世話になっているお礼です。他に何かありましたら遠慮なさらずおっしゃってください。
本当かい？だったらトイレ掃除と窓拭きもお願いしたいんだけど。
かしこまりましたわ。特に役にも立っていませんし、少しはファングさんにも活躍していただきませんかね。キューイキューイ。
あ、そうだ、忘れてた。ティアラ、あんたに手紙が届いてたよ。
手紙ですか？
はい、これ。
招待状？ドルファから。
パーティー？なんだそれ。
招待状をいただきましたの。よろしければご一緒しませんか？え、本当？行きたい行きたい。いつ？今夜です。
はっ、俺はごめんだね。パーティーなんて買ったれ。部屋で寝てた方がマシだ。
そうですか。せっかく美味しいものがいただけるというのに残念ですわ。
何？マジか？
招待状に立食パーティーと記載があります。当然お食事は出ますわ。でも寝てる方がいいなら仕方ありません。パーティーには私とアリンさんで。
行く！俺はパーティーの達人なんだ。パーティー名人だ。ガキの頃のあだ名はファング・ザ・パーティーだ。
はいはい。
パーティー8段だ。
そういうことならみんなで伺いましょう。でもその前にファングさん、屋根の修理とトイレ掃除と窓拭きをお願いしますね。
なんで俺がそんなことしなきゃならねえんだ。ふざけるな。
でしたらパーティーには連れて行ってあげません。
何？
それでもいいんですか？ 美味しいご飯がたくさん食べられるというのに、好きなだけ食べ放題ですよ。
食べ放題だとマジか。
それが立食パーティーですわ。
やるじゃねえか立食パーティー。
All right, this is a good stopping point because like we're pretty much gonna get to like 2 story events. One where we attend the party, and then the other one is us talking to Lola about like, oh hey, can you like give us info for the next Fury and whatnot. But yeah, like, man, this New Game Plus run is, I will say this, it is nice to see what to see the early game again. Because I was like, yep, I remember all of this. It feels like a bygone era because of some of the things we have to do in the second half. But yeah, let's say one more time. But yeah, this will be the end of stream, guys. I saw my wife tied up and I wish she was gagged. Yeah. Hey, Stella, how are you? Welcome, welcome. You just came at the end of stream. No worries, Nbaka. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I'm trying to like, let's see. Fine, thank you. I sure did. I see. Well, I'm glad that you're doing fine, dude. Alright, let me look at my calendar so I can tell you guys when the next stream is. Let's see. We can probably do Tuesday, but be a shorter stream. Wednesday. I have stuff to do. Maybe I'll try tomorrow. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, let me see what you guys wrote down real quick. I was like, damn, my wife looks good, so bound and gagged. And when I clicked, you were saying saving. I was like, no. But at the same time, not a major loss. Yeah. But yeah, let me tell you guys the schedule. So I'll do the next stream tomorrow. We're just going to continue on with the story again in our New Game Plus run. I'll probably pull off more swords from the goddess. And I think we might unlock... Well, not yet. Actually, we have to go through like... What's it? 1 dungeon? 2? Yeah, 2 dungeons to get the next party member. But once we do that, I'll still think about like pulling off more swords from the goddess, and then trying to remember what plan I had for the New Game Plus run. Oh yeah, just pull off the swords. I'll probably, if I remember correctly, there's hidden dialogue if you were to pull off all the swords before you reach like a certain dungeon. That's like, I believe it's like the third to last dungeon of the first half of the game. Because the first half of the game, there are 3 dungeons in particular that tells you like, oh yeah, you're like reaching the end of the first half, which is the tower, the desert, and then the sanctuary. I believe there's hidden dialogue at the tower if you manage to pull off all the swords from the goddess prior to you finishing it. And whatnot. And it's kind of a funny dialogue too. So like, yeah, I'll show that definitely. So yeah, maybe next stream I'll just like focus on doing the story, getting like the party members, and pulling up as many swords as possible. And then once I notice that we're pretty much approaching the tower dungeon, I'll pull off the last sword, and then we just play through the tower dungeon as normal, and then we get the secret dialogue afterwards. Yeah, sounds like a grand plan. But anyway, are we finally getting Neptune and the others in the party? There's no Neptune in this game. Neptune doesn't exist. The only thing we got from Neptune is her weapons, and that's it. Like, that's literally all we got. The only references we got to the Neptunia franchise is literally us having their weapons. And that's it. Yeah. Volvo Kurimi. The other spirits, Alice and the other blood maidens. Please tell me during this game. Data Live. I don't think there's a chance of them appearing. Mary Skelter, Stella, this game came out in 2014. Mary Skelter was 2016. It didn't exist yet. But yeah, like, there's no way we're gonna get like references to Mary Skelter in a game that's way older than it. And whatnot. Like, the only time I would argue you could possibly get a reference to Mary Skelter will probably be like the new spin-off game for Fairy Fencer that came out like roughly 2 years ago, which is the tactics game. Like, that one, I feel like there's a chance you might get like a Mary Skelter reference in there because, you know, that game came out after Mary Skelter ended and whatnot. But even still, like, I don't know. Like, the only like Easter eggs I remember from like Mary Skelter was like Death and Request 2, because in that one you literally get like Mary Skelter weapons in it as like DLC and such. Like that was one thing I remembered. And whatnot. But I don't think there was any other references to Mary Skelter in other works of Compile Heart, unfortunately. But yeah, let's see. No, I haven't. And is it good? Oh, Bunny Garden? Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's literally a hostess game. Stella, you know, like those hostess like clubs, like in Japan, and you also see them in the in like they're also like a mini game in the Yakuza franchise. Have you ever played those games? Really? Yeah, that's what Bunny Garden is. Is literally a hostess club game. Like, you literally get huge amount of money. You had to make it yourself, by the way, and then you go to the club, and then you interact with 3 bunny girls. They're all dressed in bunny outfits, by the way, and each of them has their own like mini stories and such. And yes, there's multiple endings and multiple routes and everything. And a good chunk of the game is literally you just doing like regular hostess club stuff along with the good old anime fan service. Like, there's a literal like camera system that you're able to take some very nice shots. There's even like some outfits that lean on like the BDSM style as well. Heck, one of the girls literally treats you like a dog. Like, you're the one being gagged and tied up with that particular girl's route. It's like, she engages in pet play, and you're the pet. And whatnot. But yeah, there's like other things too. Like, there's some funny mini games. There's also like a gambling system, which cracks me up a lot because they portrayed the gambling system in the most like, you know, casino way possible, because, you know, the casinos had to make it like addictive, and they had to do a bunch of flashy colors for people to like, you know, get the dopamine essentially from like gambling. Like, they do so many funny things with it. Like, it's so great. Like, the first Bunny Garden game is pretty great. You can play it on Switch or PC. It's a really fun game. game overall, if you understand what you're getting from it. There is a spin-off, like Shink said, where you have to guide the girls back to their home, because the spin-off game was made to be kind of a goofy version of like Frogger, if you play that old arcade game, where basically you're like helping this bunny girl, like trying to get back home after she, like, you know, finished her job. She also took a couple of drinks as well and whatnot, and you get to funny shenanigans where she literally does a bunch of Looney Tunes shenanigans whenever you hit like an object and whatnot. And like the whole point of that spin-off game is literally just you know, just helping this girl out and whatnot. So yeah, I know there's a sequel, but I don't know much of it other than that it exists. But I didn't look into any information about the second Bunny Garden game, but all I know is like, yeah, they're making a sequel and that's pretty cool. Oh, hell no, that's bullshit. My worst nightmare. I'll do anything in my power to make sure I don't go down that route. What, you don't want to engage in the pet play? You like BDSM shit. That's the same thing. And whatnot. But yeah. Oh, I see. All right. That's good to hear. Yeah. So yeah, overall, I do recommend this still if you're like into like games that are. Well, sorry, I will recommend the Bunny Garden games because it's really unapologetic about the amount of fan service it has. And like the premise itself is like, yeah, it's literally a hostess club. You're just engaging what this, like, you know, this place does and whatnot. And honestly, it's pretty great. It's pretty funny. I find myself laughing at it more because there's a lot of very funny dialogue you get with all the characters. It is really hilarious. But anyway, what? I don't think there's any other funny things I can talk about when it comes to Bunny Garden because I kind of like exhausted like all I have from it and such. But yeah, maybe I might stream it one day, but I'm not sure if I should do it on PC or Switch because I know my PC is probably gonna booger out because, like, you know, you guys see my laptop. Like, my laptop is kind of whatever at that point. Like, whenever it plays a game, it is literally a coin toss to see if it works or not. Oh, and like Switch, at least it's like, you know, I'm able to run the Switch properly. Like, I never had an issue with that with you guys and everything. But yeah, like at that point, it's really up to me. But I'm not sure when I should stream those games. I was thinking of doing it after I finish some games I have in mind that I want to do for future streams. And then once I finish those, I'll probably, like, you know, just play Bunny Garden with you guys. But yeah, when I'm doing all the tying and gagging my girls, if it's done to me, I want to kill myself. Oh, don't worry, Stella. It'd be a fine experience for you. But anyway, but yeah, let me tell you guys the schedule. Well, I already told you guys the schedule. I'll just do a stream tomorrow. It'll be at 11 a.m. PST time. No, I hate it. Stella, do you also play either Under Night or Grand Blue Versus? I want to end myself without fail. Sure you do, buddy. Sure. To answer your question, no, I haven't had the time, sadly. Oh, I see. So you haven't played Under Night or Grand Blue Versus. Well, that's fine. Like, when it comes to anime fighting games, it's like, they're a fun time, no matter what. Doesn't matter which flavor you pick. I always enjoy anime fighting games. They're amazing. And whatnot. I think, like, the only time I don't really like playing a specific fighting game would probably be, like, games that people consider to be a fighting game, but it isn't to me. Like, for example, take Smash Brothers. I literally can't see that as a fighting game, unfortunately. But I have friends who really like it and such, but me personally, I just can't see it as a fighting game. To me, it's just a party game. And I think it's mostly because I grew up playing the older games where the fighting was just like straightforward, and it's like it's more fun because it's just like, you know, oh, goofy scenario when like when Nintendo IPs merged together. Like that's literally what Smash Brothers is. That was literally what it was like in the old days. And I honestly like those old games a lot more, especially Brawl. Brawl had a great story mode. Like Brawl's story mode was the best. But anyway, when it comes to modern Smash Brothers, I don't know. I just can't really get into it in terms of like fighting. Like to me, it'll always be a party game, and I always like to treat it as like, you know, just a party game at that point. And when you mean Super Smash Brothers, what about Ultimate Story? Ultimate doesn't have a story. What are you talking about, Stella? Ultimate doesn't have a story at all. And whatnot. Let's see. A lot of people say it's more of a fighting game. No, it doesn't. Smash Brothers would never be a fighting game to me. It's always a party game. Like the only time I would consider it like a fighting game per se would probably be like Brawl or Smash 4, because I felt like those two were like the closest thing to me as like, yeah, they wanted to make this more of a like kid-friendly fighting game. And when Ultimate, not so much. Ultimate kind of felt like they kind of simplified so many things that it really does feel more like a party game. And I don't care how many times people will tell me like, but there's tech and like you can do this and that and do this combo and whatnot. I'm like, okay, I don't give a crap about that. Like, I'm still gonna do my old bread and butter method. I'm still able to win based on that. So I don't care about this tech shit. Like, if it's like a regular fighting game, then I'll probably put some dot to it, because I'm like, yeah, your normal fighting games, you do have to like, you know, pay attention when it comes to the frames and whatnot, especially if you're going competitive. But casual, it's like, yeah, you still need to pay attention if like a certain attack will help you or you end up whiffing it and whatnot. Like in those cases, like, yeah, that makes sense to me. But Smash, not so much. Let's see. Kid friendly, yeah, sure. It gets really intense and completely ruins friendship. No, that's Monopoly. At least Monopoly, you can tell that you're not going to be friends anymore if you guys play a round of that. Smash Brothers, not so much. Like, it's literally just a bunch of little kids just smacking each other at that point. And even if you get to fight against adults, it's just a bunch of adult babies. These unironically. Except, like, I wouldn't call them all adult babies. There's some of them that have a fun time with it. It's just that a majority of the ones I met are in that category. And whatnot. So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like those adult players, I think they kind of take it way too seriously for, like, a literal kids game. And whatnot. But yeah, but other than that, like, yeah, in terms of fighting games, I'm more of a like Arc System fighting games, like Blaze Blue and such. I do play like Capcom fighting games, like Street Fighter and like the School Rival games. Those were fun. And there's also Tekken. Tekken is cool too. I only play the older games because those are the ones I only have access to. You have SNK. I fucking like SNK. Like, SNK fighting games are pretty great too. Ooh, I love King of Fighters. I love Samurai Showdown. Not Showdown, but Showdown. And whatnot. I love what else do I like from SNK that's like a fighting game? I do enjoy like Gal Fighters and also SNK Heroines. Those are really fun, like a little on the casual side fighting games on a portable system. Like, those are fun. I love those ones. Had a friend who was playing with their friend when they thought she could count on them, got backstabbed, and their friendship was dead. True story. I see. Yeah, I don't know. Like, when it comes to Smash, it really is just a kid's game. It really is. Like, when you look at the history of it, it was really made for kids. Like, no amount of, like, adult players will convince me otherwise. That's a new thing. I never heard anyone say that about Smash. A ton of people say it isn't for kids. It's more of no, it's not for teens, Stella. If it was for teens, it'd be a lot more edgier. Like, unironically, it would have been more edgier, but it isn't. It's literally for kids. Like, every rating of it is literally rated E. First game back on the Nintendo 64, rated E. Melee, rated E. Brawl, rated E. Smash 4, rated E. Ultimate, E. And whatnot. Like, it's literally made for kids at that point. Like, Stella, it kind of reminds me of, like, people saying, like, the Persona series is for, like, mature adults. Because, you know, in the West, the ratings are, like, rated M and shit. But when you actually look at the original rating in Japan, all the Persona games are rated B. And if you need context about, like, oh, what does rated B means? Because we don't use, like, A, B, C, D, and Z, like, in Western stuff. What does it mean in Japan? Are you ready for it? Rated B is 13+. It's made for preteens. It is made for middle schoolers. And the moment I saw that, I'm like, no wonder it's actually easy to understand Persona when you play the game. Because it was literally dumbed down. It has to make sense to a middle schooler. And whatnot. Like, it is so funny that I have met so many Persona fans, especially from the West, where they try to convince me that it's the most mature piece of literature in the world. And I'm just laughing at the fact that they're taking this, like, game for middle schoolers to be, like, this masterpiece of a work, when in actuality, it's for middle schoolers. Like, I will forever laugh at that. I will forever laugh. And whatnot. Ever heard these hands are rated E for everyone? That doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. You're going to get destroyed in the battlefield. I mean, I know about the meme about, like, you know, Fox only, no items, battlefield only. Sorry, Final Destination, my bad. Final Destination. And whatnot. Like, I'm aware of that meme from, like, Smash Brothers Melee. And whatnot. But even then, like, I don't know. Like, if you guys do get to play with me in terms of, like, Smash Brothers, like I play with my friends, you're going to be kind of surprised that I just don't give a shit. I'm still able to kick everyone's asses at that point. Granted, I do have friends that are, like, more, I guess, on the competitive side. So, of course, they're going to do, like, the fancy tech shit and whatnot. But at the same time, I really don't care. And I end up just kind of laughing whenever I do, like, kick their ass when it comes to their fancy tech shit. So, because of that, it's kind of like an even game at that point. But still. And I can argue that it's very easy to understand Persona, though when it comes to Risei, people don't understand that at all, which makes me wonder, are they dumber than a middle schooler? Yeah, fundamentally, that's pretty much what happened. Like, you have, like, these very obvious plot points, and they literally spoon feed you about the themes of said characters, like, arc and whatnot. But yeah, you have these, like, people that are like, oh, it's actually deeper, or like, oh, I don't understand this. I'm like, dude, they literally give you the answer, like, immediately. What do you mean there's nothing to understand? They literally give it to you. It's like if I give you a cheat sheet to, like, the current test that we're taking, and then you're like, oh, but I got an F, even though you give me the cheat sheet that has all the answers on it. Like, at that point, it's just a you problem. And whatnot. Like, I don't know. Like, it's usually just boiled down to the individual. if they don't understand like the story, even though it gives it to you right away. And when I think it's very easy to understand Rise as a character, but they don't. Oh, which is like, damn, yeah, like that's the weird thing. I think it's either A, they are trying to look super deep into it that kind of makes them think too hard, or B, they are overwhelmed by the whole like stripping, like when not stripping pool, like boss battle and whatnot, so they're kind of just, you know, a little brain mushy, so they aren't able to register it properly. I'm assuming those are the cases, but if it's not, then it's a case of like, damn, they're kind of on the dumb side, aren't they? Hey, if they didn't notice the answer. I remember people really sucking off Persona 3 hard and acting like it's very deep, it will change your life. No, that's Persona 4. That's the one that people try to claim that deep and shit. Persona 3, not so much. Like, the closest thing you can get from, like, deep is about how they talk about death and shit. But even then, it's not that complicated. Like, to me, I like Persona 3 because of the fact that it literally just portrays death as just, you know, how does people define it? And that's it. Like, they don't go, like, to the super emo category of, like, you know, oh, everything dies in the end, there's no point in living and whatnot. It's more like, personally, I think death is when, like, you just don't breathe anymore. Others believe that, oh, death is when your spirit doesn't exist anymore. Maybe someone doesn't remember you. That's what death is to me. And I kind of like how they handled that aspect more, to the point that, yes, it is easy for a middle schooler to, like, understand people having different definitions of it. But because of that, I actually like that about Persona 3. But Persona 4 is like, oh my god, the amount of times I've seen people like fucking claim that Persona 4 is like the best thing in the world. It's fucking nauseating back then. But like before Persona 5 was a thing, 4 was the one that constantly got milked and kept people claiming that it's like the deep ass story in the world, when in actuality it's literally like solving mysteries in a rural town, and that's it. And whatnot. Oh no, trust me, it's Persona 5 and Persona 3. No, it's not Persona 3. Back when Persona 3 came out, ain't no one talk about how in depth of how deep it was. They literally just went like, it's the funny anime game. Persona 4, when that game came out, that was the one people claim it was the deep ass story, and that Persona 3 is kind of the wacky one. And then we get to Persona 5, and, well, Stella, we both know what happened with Persona 5. We all know that, you know, Persona 5 is Persona 5. And whatnot. Like, in cases of, like, stuff like that, you have to be in the fandom to actually notice it. Like, you can't just see it in a video. Like, sure, the video might give you some, like, opinion from someone, but at the same time, they probably came either late or they didn't really engage that much. Like, for my example, I literally played Persona 3 when it came out, and I remember going on the forums and such, and most people literally treated Persona 3 as the weird one, and 4 was the best one. So I was like, okay, I think Persona 4 is my least favorite game. I think it's the worst one, to be honest, but I mean, hey, you do you. And whatnot. But yeah, like, let's see. People really shoved down Persona 3 your drill hard. No, not really. Not at all. It was Persona 4. I remember when 4 came out and people were like raving it. They're like, hey, play 4. This play 4. It will like literally make you question society and whatnot. And everything. Like, I remember that. Like, I literally played 4 the moment it came out. Like, I bought it on PlayStation 2. I literally played it. And the moment I played it, I was like, huh. It's worse than Dream. Because I didn't like how they changed the tone often. And I really think the way how they handle Ultimate Personas is fucking stupid compared to how Dre did it. And whatnot. But other than that, like, people raved the hell out of 4. They praised the shit out of it. It got the most spin-offs. And then the moment, like, they kept pumping out spin-offs, that's when they actually started to hate 4. Like, you said, like you saw people hating 4, then people loving it. But that's the complete opposite. When they first came out, people loved the hell out of it. But the moment they started to pump out so many spin-offs for Persona 4, that's when they started hating it. They're like, hey, why does 4 get all the love? Well, about 1 and 2. Those ones are stuck in, like, purgatory. Well, about Dre. Dre had a decent plot to it. Even though I think Dre's story is way better in terms of how they handled Deeming. But still, like, you know, stuff like that. Like, how come Dre doesn't get some of the spin-off treatment like Persona 4? And whatnot. And that's pretty much how it was like back then. That was literally how the fans treated Persona 4 and to extent the other Persona games. And then when 5 was announced, by the way, it didn't came out yet, Stella. Like, when 5 was announced, people were, like, speculating, like, oh, what was 5 gonna be? Like, it seems to have an emphasis on, like, jail shit and whatnot. And while that's happening, people are gonna... I remember people joke back then where people are like, oh, I bet you it's not Persona 5. It's a sequel to Persona 4. Where it's just gonna be another Persona 4 spin-off. Like, I remember that when people were, like, talking about it. I was forever cracking up. Like, I don't know. As much as I didn't like Persona 4, that joke cracked me the fuck out when that happened. And whatnot. Like, I will forever laugh at that. But anyway, let's see. Oh no, Persona 1 and 2 are thrown in the trash because if we're being real, Persona 3 and 4 are so much better than those. No, Persona 1 and 2 are great. Like, straight up. 1 had a better atmosphere, and I actually like the fact that it's literally about psychology, which is what Persona is about. Like, the fact that Persona 1 and 2 are the more psychology themed ones and is actually accurate to the study of Charles Young is actually impressive to me. I mean, 1 is more like Psychology 101. It kind of mixes a bunch of the themes. Persona 2 was mostly Charles Young psychology, but they handle it in such a great way that it works well in the context of Persona's 2 story. Also, I'm getting called, so let me answer this real quick. All right, I'm back. Hold on. What was I in my ramblings? Oh yeah, Persona 2. Yeah, so Persona 2 also had a great story as well. But I also like how they handled the psychology themes in that one. And then you get to Dre, where it was like it kind of exists, but not really. It was more on the philosophy side, if I'm gonna be really, really blunt and very honest with you. And then you get to Persona 4, where they pretty much shit on the psychology stuff. Like, they well, I know Persona 3 technically introduced it, but I really hated how the English translation literally made, like, what the shadow self said, like, you know, oh, I'm the shadow of the true self, when that's not actually what they said. Like, in Japanese, they literally said, I am the shadow, the warp self, which is actually more accurate to what was happening in Persona 4. Granted, Like, it's still not what a shadow is, but the fact that the shadow is a warp self, like it's not the actual true self, it's a warp perspective of it. It does relate more into the deeming of Persona 4 and whatnot. So because of that, I'm like, yeah, that's great. I'm so glad that the English script fucking screwed it over. But anyway, what was it? Let me see what you guys wrote down real quick. Oh wait, I forgot to mention Persona 5. Persona 5 is Persona 5. I mean, I think that game is overrated as hell, and a lot of Persona 5 fans are so annoying to interact with, to be honest. But other than that, it's like, okay, that's fine. But anyway, I'm not saying that Persona 1 and 2 are trash. I mean, toxic fans will leave that. Sorry for saying. Sorry for not making that clear. Oh yeah. Like, yeah, a bunch of newer Persona fans, they will always shit on like Persona 1 and 2 because of it being outdated and like, oh, but it's not like the modern games where it's like, like J-pop, it's like slice of life, you like you know, what was the word I'm looking for? You have to schedule like your week and days and such, like, stuff like that. Like, because Persona 1 and 2, they play more like your traditional JRPGs, especially like 1. That's literally a dungeon crawler. Like first person dungeon crawler. 2 was more like I wouldn't call it fixed camera. It's like isometric. Yeah, there you go. Isometric camera. That's what they use for Persona 2 and whatnot. For me, I've seen a lot of Persona 3 fans that are toxic, but I do know Persona 4 and Persona 5 who are annoying with their own toxic fans. For my case, it was 4 and 5. Every Persona 3 fan I meet are chill, except for like, I would argue it was roughly around the Persona 3 movies is when I did saw some toxic Persona 3 fans. But even then, they were rare for me. They were extremely rare. Most of the toxic fans I met were like either the super boomer ones that don't like the modern games at all, which I can kind of understand why they're the way they are, and I also do agree with some points they have. And yeah, Persona 4 and 5. Like, 4's case is because they oh my lord, Persona 4 fans back then, they are so how I describe my experience with them. Persona 4 fans back then, they were very on their high horse because they got all the love and all the spin-offs and such. They were very annoying to interact with. And then that feeling got replaced with Persona 5 that also got into the same category. Even when more toxic fans when Reloaded came out, I would argue no, not really, because I feel like the only people that I talk to with like Reloaded fans is like the ones that think Reloaded sucks or the ones that literally glaze the game because they're like, but it's better than old Persona 3 because of blah 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 reasons. And when I like, no, it ain't. If anything, I don't like Reloaded at all. Reloaded is it's not a good remake in my opinion. There's so many things wrong about that game that I can literally go into like a huge tangent about, but I'd rather say that for another time. But anyway, for me, I love Persona 4 and 5 hands down my favorites, but I prefer other series that do characters and storylines so much better. Well, that's fine for you to like 4 and 5. For my case, I only like 1, 2, and 3. 4 is like my least favorite, as you guys know. And then 5 is just smack in the middle. Oh, because like, to be honest with you, when it comes to 5, it is very overrated. It is very, very overrated. And whatnot. But anyway, then we have different experiences then. I've seen a lot of Toxic Persona 3 fans on YouTube, Facebook, and dude, I use the same ones as well. I never met a lot of Toxic Persona 3 fans. It's always 4 and 5. It's literally always 4 and 5 for me. Never 3. Every time I talk to a Persona 3 fan is always the most chill experience I have in the world. Oh, never I've seen a Toxic one. Well, it kind of took a while in my lifetime, but yeah, I haven't seen a Toxic one in like a while compared to the 4 and 5 ones I meet on, unfortunately, every now and then. now and then. But yeah, it's literally a case of different experiences as well. But still, like that, I guess that's like my part of the story and whatnot. But anyway, but yeah, man, how the hell does that add up? You didn't see it, but I did. I think it's like, I know these are like social media sites, so I'm assuming one of two things. One, the algorithm basically like filter what we like and also what we don't like. For my case is like, I don't know, I have a more chill experience. I don't really do a lot of things when it comes to those like social media filters. So I got a more like broader, like I guess experience. Or I don't think it was too biased because I don't follow a lot of Persona content, especially growing up. So it's kind of like I just get whatever I get in like my recommendations and whatnot. So because of that, I guess I get a more well-rounded experience for the most part. But I'm assuming like for your case, you're like, oh, I probably follow like, I don't know, some people that are super passionate about like a specific Persona game, or maybe you follow ones where you're like, oh, they talk about how this game is a bit flawed, and then you get like comments about like the toxic fans and such. Maybe that's the reason. For my case, it was kind of just like I get whatever I get, and then I just see what happens, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that's the toxic fan then. I see, maybe. Yeah, like I don't know. Like I feel like that's kind of the case for like most of the time, because I know like there's some like fans like from like other series that I'm into where they mention like, oh, I never met like a toxic like, blah 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 fan. And then another person be like, yo, I meet those every day. What the fuck are you talking about? And then and then you exchange information with them and they're like, oh, it's because like you followed this and I followed that. That's probably the reason why. Like I got more of this than you get more of that. Stuff like that. I'm assuming that's probably the case. That's pretty much us then. Yeah, pretty much. Well, good to know. Yeah, yeah. Like I don't know. Like normally when it comes to stuff like that, you kind of have to like speculate a little bit. Let's see. So the only other fighting games he doesn't like is Guilty Gear Strive and Blaze Blue Tag. Yes, I don't like those fighting games for a lot of reasons. I'll just summarize it. For Guilty Gear Strive, I fucking hate the gameplay. Like, I can't stand the gameplay of Guilty Gear Strive. It sucks balls. The amount of limits you can do in combos compared to the previous game is noticeable. They pretty much simplified a lot of the mechanics. And not only that, but the story mode was terrible. It was awful. Like the only characters I would say actually had a good story was Axel and Soul. That was it. Those are the only characters I felt like actually had a good story. Everyone else sucked. And I didn't like how they handled like Ino, because they literally made her into like but she's not really evil. Like she's actually secretly good despite her being an absolute asshole from day one. Like Stella, this character named Ino, she's like a very very attractive witch lady, and her whole gimmick is that she uses the guitar, and she uses the guitar as like a weapon. And this includes like the notes that come out of the guitar as well that she uses as projectiles. But anyway, Ino is a really cool character in terms of fighting. But as a character, she was made to be an like an absolute asshole from day one. And the reason why is because her backstory is literally that she has the ability to time travel, but she doesn't have any memories. So for the good chunk of her story, it's just her trying to like figure out who she is. But here's the thing about her. So when she was first introduced, they give you like her initial schnick where they're like, okay, she has time travel abilities and such. So you want to know what she does upon like, finding out that she has no memories and she had the abilities to time travel. So the first thing she did was go back in time to the Gear Wars, which is basically their equivalents of like the Great War or World War, essentially. So she goes back in time to the Gear Wars. She finds Kai Kisuke, who's one of the main characters, and he's also a very important figure in that moment. So she goes back in time. She meets this guy. She pretends to be like, someone in distress, and then Kai has to go rescue her, only for Kai to get killed during the process. And as he's dying, she is laughing her ass off about how much of a gullible idiot he is. And then the moment she did that, she travels to the future to see what happens, and she learns that it is the apocalypse now because of Kai dying. This led one character, her name is Dizzy, by the way. She would later become Kai's wife. But anyway, because of Dizzy not meeting Kai, she pretty much developed the mentality that like humanity fucking sucks, so it's best just to eliminate all of them. And she pretty much becomes like Destroyer of Worlds type of a character. And then Soul literally went from like a cocky guy to a guy who's like depressed all the time. A bunch of characters you met in Guilty Gear are straight up dead, and the ones that do live, they are just like suffering from like the apocalypse at that point. And this woman, looking at all of this, she's just cracking her ass off. She's just laughing. This is fun to her. And whatnot. And the only reason why she was told to like reverse all of that, like to essentially, undo her damage, is that her boss, by the way, Stella, her boss's name is Dat Man. I shit you not. That is his name. His name is Dat Man. So that man tells her like, hey, knock it off. Like, this isn't supposed to happen. Like, you need to go fix it. And she's like, okay, boss. That man. Yes. THAT and then man. That man. So yeah, like her boss tells her like, hey, undo this, and she's like, okay, fine, I'll undo it. And then she ends up undoing it, and she fixes the timeline. And remember, this is the first time she was introduced. This is your first time meeting her, the character. And whatnot. And ever since then, and every time you meet she's pretty much an a-hole. Every time you meet her, like, sure, she might draw a bone to be nice to you every now and then, but at the same time, like, it's very clear that she's not a nice person to begin with. If and whatnot. So that's pretty much her character throughout the whole franchise. So this was like a decade. Like, so imagine for a decade, you portray this character as a genuine asshole of a person to the point where you're just like, yeah, there's no way, like, there's like some kind of secret motive and whatnot, only for Strive to come out and they're like, no, she's actually secretly a good person. Like, just ignore the fact that she's a straight up asshole and she causes the apocalypse and whatnot, and she did all of that the first time you met her. She's actually a kind person in the end and whatnot. Like, to me, it was fucking stupid. Like, who thought this was a good idea? I see, that's crazy. Yeah, like like, I get the idea of liking a person that's like, oh, they're a hater and they just want to hate. Like, to me, I always give like haters props like that. If they want to hate, they want to hate. Like, I understand the how it's like to do that. Like, hey, you gotta give them the props for it. But for Ino's case, it's like, why do you make a character who was a genuine asshole from the start and she remain an asshole for the next 10 years? Just for the latest entry to be like, oh, plot twist, she's actually a kind person. She's actually doing this for a good reason and whatnot. It was so fucking stupid. Like, it just ruined her, in my opinion. So they ruined a peak character. Couldn't be me, though. Yeah, exactly. That's what they did in Strive. And it always pisses me off every time I think about the story of Strive. They also did other things. And yeah, Like you can tell how much I don't like Strife. Like Strife just sucks in my opinion. I don't like it at all. Oh, and then let's see. That reminds me what happened to Bardock from Dragon Ball. Yeah, like the original, like Bardock, he was like, he's an actual Saiyan. Like, they're a proud warrior race. They're a little cocky. They, I wouldn't call them selfish. They're just a really proud race to the point where they do kind of think for themselves, but not completely. And that the only reason why Bardock does certain things is mostly because of like for like for his people and whatnot. Like yeah, like you can tell like he's he takes pride in his lineage essentially. Like I get that was like sorry, that was like old broad arc. But then you get to Super and they pretty much made him like Goku. He's like nice and whatnot. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like, come on. And wasn't the whole thing about Saiyans was that they like strong women because they perceive strong women as like, oh, if the dad and mom is strong, that means our kid will be like 10 times strong and whatnot. Like I remember that's why Saiyans like, seek out very powerful like females and whatnot. And the way how they made Bardock into like a nice guy, and they're like, oh, he's like the exception. He fell in love with a sane woman that's actually weak instead of strong, and whatnot. And like you said, like they're absolute assholes. They don't care about family and what have you. Yeah, exactly. Like the fact that they did that for Super was like, I don't know. It's so weird to me. Like, because we're so used to the image of, like, the Saiyans being, like, genuine a-holes. They take pride in their lineage. They're a proud warrior race to the point that it literally took, like, Goku and Vegeta to interact with, like, Earthlings that they start changing their ways and whatnot. Like, like, to me, that was, like, a cool thing about the original Dragon Ball. Like, yes, you have this proud race, but once, a couple of them actually grew up with humans, well, interacted with humans. I would say Goku grew up with them. Vegeta interacted with them. Like the more they interacted with humans, they start, kind of changing their ways. They're like, you know what, this culture isn't that bad and whatnot. Stuff like that. Like it's pretty cool that what they did for Goku and Vegeta. But for Bardock is like, come on, like why you did this? Why you did this Super? Like come on, like come on. And whatnot. But yeah, like that. Man, I'm doing like a lot of yapping and whatnot. But yeah, what was the other game that I didn't like? Oh yeah, it was Blaze Blue Tag. The crossover game with Blaze Blue, Persona 4 Arena, Under Night, and Ruby. And then with DLC, you get Arcana Heart and Senran Kagura. And whatnot. And if I'm going to be honest with you, when it comes to Blaze Blue Tag, oh lord, I hate the gameplay. I hate the gameplay so much. But for a different reason. And I will word it like this. When it comes to Blaze Blue Tag, the gameplay for that game, it's literally a button masher. They made all the buttons auto combos. Every single one is an auto combo. So you are pretty much button mashing, essentially. Sure, there's some inputs. Like, oh, do a quarter circle and you're able to do this, or like do a dragon punch input to do that or like full circle sort of thing. Like, yes, they have that. But it's very minuscule compared to the fact that is this better to button mash? Like, you're just button mashing. There's no strategy to it. All the auto combos literally followed a similar like train to the point that you can't even like mix and match it. It's literally stuck to that dedicated combo and whatnot. So because of that, it's like, yeah, once you pretty much play all the characters just by like a little bit, you pretty much understand all their combos, and it just sucks. Like there's no strategy to it. And like, sure, you can make the argument that it's a like it's a 2 versus 2 game, so there's like some form of strategy depending on which partner you pick and whatnot. But at the same time, it's like, no, Not really. Like, there's not really a lot of strategy when picking your partner. Like, there's only a handful of them I would argue, like, sure, they're kind of broken, but not completely. It's kind of like they just exist at that point and whatnot. And to be honest with you, the roster they pick, it was okay, but I'm kind of pissed off that the roster for Blaze Blue Tag is literally like half of it is DLC. You have to, like, in order to get half of the roster, you have to pay a lot of, you have to buy DLC. Like, straight up. And then you get to the story mode, which, I mean, it exists. I guess that's like the only nice thing I can say about that game is that the story mode is serviceable. It's a funny crossover game, so like, hey, we might as well make the we might as well make the story like, you know, a little goofy, a little fun. And like, that's cool and all. But man, the gameplay just fucking ruins it in my opinion. Like, it's really hard for me to play like Blaze Blue Tag because of that. It was very difficult. And whatnot. But yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Like, it was very difficult for me to enjoy that game. Unfortunate. Because like, Stella, they literally have like Ruby. Like, you know, Ruby Rose and like Weiss and Blink and Yang and such. Like, they have like a good amount of Ruby characters. But the one thing I was excited about for that game was Senran Kagura. Like, they added one Senran Kagura character in Blaze Blue Tag, and it was Yumi, who, while she's not my favorite Senran Kagura girl, I understand why they picked her because she's like the most popular girl in the franchise, especially in the Japan side. So to me, it like makes sense, but I would rather prefer Asuka, who's like the actual main character of the franchise. I like Asuka more. She's my favorite. But anyway, I'm like surprised that they put a Senran Kagura character in a fighting game, Stella. And she, okay, I'm gonna be honest, like, her animations are great because I felt like, yeah, you can translate Senran Kagura to a fighting game because all the characters in Senran Kagura, they all have a unique moveset. So it's really easy for you to kind of like, you know, tweak it a little bit so it can fit into like a fighting game like format. And you're just gonna get like a really good fighting game from it. Like, I felt like just Yumi existing in like Blaze Blue Tag was enough to convince me like, yo, a Senran Kagura fighting game would hit hard. It would be amazing. Like, it would be awesome. But unfortunately, that's like the only time we get it. Even though there's later special editions that have all the characters in DLC. Like, yeah, Shanks, but still, it doesn't matter. Like, when the game first came out, you literally had to pay for half of the roster. You had to pay DLC for it. Like, come on. Good to know they didn't fuck that up, at least. Yeah, exactly. Also, let me see what you wrote down about Goku real quick. They ruined Goku's story and character so hard that it's very bad. I hate Dragon Ball Minus so much. It's the only thing a Dragon Ball I seriously hate. Yeah, like, I don't blame you for that. I really don't. And what and whatnot. But yeah. Let me get a drink real fast because I noticed my throat was kind of dying on me as I'm like yapping with you. All right. All right, I think my throat's better. Anyway, the West is so weird with it. Yeah, exactly. The Senran Kagura characters is one of the waifus in our collab wish for or new Dead or Alive. Yeah, like, I like the fact that Senran Kagura literally had a crossover with Dead or Alive where they have Ayame, wait, Ayame? Yeah, Ayame as like a person in Espo versus like a DLC character. And then for like Dead or Alive 5, they literally have all the characters get like Senran Kagura outfits. Like, it was so cool. I love that. I still have like Dead or Alive 5 and I have the Senran Kagura DLC and everything. It was amazing. I love that so much. But yeah, I'm honestly am looking forward to to the new Dead or Alive game that they announced like a while ago. I'm really hoping that they don't fuck it up. I'm like praying. I am literally praying hard that they don't fuck up the new Dead or Alive because of what they did with 6. Like, oh my god. The last Dead or Alive game was pure garbage. I don't know what the hell they were smoking when they made Dead or Alive 6, if I remember correctly. Was it 6? Yeah, it was 6. Like, I just don't understand what happened with 6. Like, 6 literally made you pay money for, like, colors for your outfits. They microtransaction the shit out of Dead or Alive 6. And not only that, but the combos didn't felt nice to play. And they also toned out a lot of the TNA as well. Because they're like, oh, we want this game to be, like, available for, like, Evo and whatnot. And I'll always blame Evo for it. They really don't like OG or OG Bardock or Goku's story here. And we have Dumbass Minus and people love it. It says it does great for Goku's character, but yeah, it fucking ruins it. No one changes my mind. Minus and everything that has to do with it is fucking garbage. I hate it so hard. Never canon to me. I see. I always thought Minus was just okay for the most part. I never really had strong feeling towards it. It's just like, okay, that's like cool, I guess, and whatnot. But yeah, when it comes to Dead or Alive, dude, I really want the new game to be good because 6 was fucking shit. It was terrible. Oh, like Stella, I remember when people were like talking about like, oh man, Dead or Alive is no longer like fan servicey and shit, even though that was literally the point of the franchise. Like the literal creator, oh yeah, rest in peace. Like the creator unfortunately passed away, but like the literal creator admitted that the reason why there was such a heavy emphasis on the fan service, including the beautiful physics of Dead or Alive, is because he's a big fan of it. He just likes it. He's just really blunt and honest about it. He's like, yeah, I want to make a game with all this stuff. And he did. He made Dead or Alive, which is a really great fighting game that has amazing fan service and physics along with it as well. Like, it was just awesome. I love Dead or Alive. And yet, there were people back then, especially the fighting game community, where they're like, oh, games like Dead or Alive is why we don't get taken seriously and whatnot. And like, oh, people who play this is like, I'm trying to remember what some people said. They're like, oh, people who play this are like gooners or literally pedophiles. I shit you not, Stella. Like, I remember there was a good amount of like haters of Dead or Alive where they literally said like, if you play Dead or Alive, you are a pedophile, even though that doesn't work that way. Like, it made zero fucking sense to me and whatnot. But yeah. But anyway, I remember like Dead or Alive got so much flack and shit to the point where like whenever a new game comes out, they're like, oh great, it's the Gooner game again. Like, people are going to come and shit, and like, oh man, the seats are gonna be sticky and whatnot. And everything. Like, oh, like, I don't care if the character in question is like, oh, technically she's not an adult or they are an adult. To me, Dead or Alive is awesome because like, who doesn't like hot women? Like, I mean, there's hot guys too, but like, who doesn't want like to play a fighting game where all the characters are attractive as fuck? Like, who doesn't want that? Like, the only time I would argue you want to play a game where the characters are more goofy will be Darkstalkers, because Darkstalkers is more on the goofy side, despite them having Morgan, who's a very attractive lady and whatnot. But still, like, come on. The whole point of Dead or Alive is that it's literally filled with a bunch of hot characters. Like, who doesn't want that? Like, who will look at it and be like, yo, this is fucking lame? I'm like, no, they're hot. Like, who doesn't want that? For me, I would care less if the girl is of age or not. If they're hot, they're hot. Exactly. You get me, Stella. Like, I don't give a lick about like if a character happens to be like, I don't know, like some people go like, oh, Mizu, you like Alice and Mary Skelter? She's 16. She's underage. You're a pedo. I'm like, I don't give a shit. If she's hot, she's hot. And whatnot. Like, I don't care. Like, she's a very attractive lady. And whatnot. Plus, it's a fucking video game. Just get out of here. Exactly. It's fucking fiction. It's a video game. And when exactly, yeah, you absolutely get it. I'm glad for that. You absolutely get it. But yeah, what else I have to say about like the amount of hate that Dead or Alive gets? Oh yeah, so when they made the volleyball spin-off games, you know, like Vacation and like Versus and such. What was it called? Versus or Venus? I think it was called Versus. No, wait, it was called Extreme Volleyball. My bad. It was called Dead or Alive Extreme. So when the Extreme games came out, so many video game like articles from like, you know, IGN and such, they keep calling the Versus games like, oh, it's just porn. Why would you play porn? And whatnot. Like, they just treat it like it's pornography when it's just volleyball. It's just a regular game of volleyball with the Dead or Alive characters and whatnot. And like, I remember one article literally said like, oh look, someone's being on the watch list again. And whatnot. I shit you not. That's literally what some articles literally worded it. Bro, they're so stupid. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't get it and whatnot. So yeah, because of that, when 6 came out and you know, they toned down a lot of the things, the fighting game community was like, yo, it's finally a fighting game. I didn't came to like, you know, to a fighting game to goon and shit. And when I came to fight, I'm like, who gives a fuck? Like, there's a reason why Chun-Li is popular. People think she's sexy and hot, and she's still like great to this day. No one's gonna give you flack for that. And when my wife Alice is very hot and pink. I love her hot body and whatnot. Yeah, pretty much. Bro, they're so stupid. Yeah, they are really stupid. They are very dumb and whatnot. It's just a regular game about volleyball, but yet you're all acting like they're having sex 24/7. Exactly. Like, I just don't get it. Like, if a game has TNA, they will treat it like it's porn. For some reason, I don't know. That was just how the fighting game community was like when it comes to Dead or Alive, Stella. Like, that's literally what they treated the Dead or Alive franchise. They treat it as like porn, essentially. And anyone that plays it are like gooners and pedophiles. Like, unironically, they would use that term to describe Dead or Alive fans. And whatnot. But yet, like, which fighting game community had like a good amount of people actually touching kids? I believe that was Super Smash Brothers. If I remember correctly. But yeah, but like I said, like, you know, the fighting game community, especially in the context of the West, they are just so weird to me. They are hypocritical. They are absolutely dumb, like you wrote down. They are extremely stupid. And yet, they say a lot of things, and it turns out that they don't understand a lick of what they're saying. Which is stupid, yet you said there's Street Fighter characters that show TNA and they love that shit hard. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know why they give it such a special treatment and whatnot. And everything. Oh, wait, Stella, I remember something about Street Fighter. I remember people were, like, giving, like, Street Fighter 6 flack for having a character named Alex who was, like, he was meant to be the new main character of Street Fighter Dre, like Dirt Strike. That's what Street Fighter Dre was called. Where basically in 6, we learned that he got married and he's going to have a kid soon. And that the person he married was his cousin. And I remember laughing because you actually do meet the cousin like in the older games, and they have a pretty sweet relationship and such. And I remember most people were like arguing like, oh, but he's like slightly older than her, and wouldn't that make him a pedophile and also an incest fucker? And whatnot. To which I'm like, I mean, cousins are like legal in Japan, and second of all, if they're consenting adults, then I don't give a flying fuck in terms of the story. And third of all, you guys seen them flirt before in the previous games and whatnot, and people treat it as the most adorable shit in the world. But yet, for some reason, when they actually tie the knot and actually have a kid in the way, they're treating it like it's the devil itself and whatnot. No way, please tell me you're joking. No, I shit you not. That's literally what happens though. Like, if you search up Street Fighter 6 Alex, you will find a tab that will tell you controversy, and they will literally go into detail about fans in the West complaining about Alex being a cousin fucker and whatnot. Like, they're just like, what? He married his cousin and, like, you know, got her pregnant, even though they've been flirting ever since we saw them together in Street Fighter Dream, which is their first appearance? Who would have thought? I'm just sitting here going like, dude, it's so obvious that they're a couple. Like, I would expect them to actually, you know, get married right away. Heck, I expect them to have a football team of kids because they were so lovey-dovey in the older games. Like, to me, I'm like, yeah, that would make more sense. But anyway. Bro, they're so fucking stupid. Yeah, they really are. So yeah, that's like the funny like thing about Street Fighter 6 though. Like, people complaining about Alex. It's like, you know, marrying his cousin and having kids. And even though they've been flirting ever since like day one. And they're so trash. Leave them be. Let them get married and have kids. Exactly. The devs spoke about the Alex controversy, if I remember correctly. They did talk about it a bit. I don't know too much of it because I kind of just logged out after the initial reaction from Western fans. Like, my god, dude. My god. And whatnot. I don't think I know any funny like video game like news for you, Stella, because I think I already exhausted the funny ones I could tell you. I would have checked out too as well. Yeah, like at that point I'm like, okay, I see people not liking it, so I'm just gonna check out, even though I think it's funny that they're being stupid. And whatnot. But yeah, I don't think there's any funny like video game news I can tell you. They're so brain dead. Yeah, let's see. Stella, do you remember the Diddy Blood incident that revolves Haruhi Suzumiya? Oh yeah, like that one time when some like Zoomer called like Haruhi like some kind of ancient like Diddy anime. And when like he does, you know, they don't even know the history of Haruhi and how it was like important to the Western otaku like fandom and whatnot. But yeah, I do remember that. Oh my god, yes, I remember that, Shinx. Yeah. I feel like if you are an anime otaku from the West and you are familiar with Haruhi, especially if you grew up in the early 2000s, you will definitely hear about that news. Like, at that point, it's like, yo, that's my history you're talking about. What the fuck do you mean by that? And whatnot. Hold on. I need to, like, stretch my back. Because I've been, like, sitting for, like, a long-ass time. Hold on. Let's see. I was freaking out. What? What are you on, bro? Yeah, exactly. Hey, I would say this is probably a good place for us to end, guys, because I feel like, we talked a lot, and I'm actually having fun with all the talking and shit, but I do need to get ready for dinner because it's, like, getting late for me, and I just have to, like, you know, get dinner, like, shower, and, like, you know, get ready for, like, the next day and such. But yeah, like, I would say this is a good stopping point. Like, honestly, I know I'm already thanking you guys and shit, but seriously, like, thank you guys for just talking to me as always. Like, this is really fun. Just getting the opportunity to kind of yap and like just talk about all kinds of funny shit and we're just going like, yep, this is the world right now. Like, there's some good parts, and also, you know, there's some stuff we have to complain about a bit. But yeah, I'm really glad that you guys like talk to me as always. I do appreciate you all, and I do feel that it does improve my speaking skills, because I did notice I don't have to like pause too often, and I had to kind of like slowly readjust like some words I have to say and whatnot. Agree. It was really fun talking with you and Shinx. Indeed, it is. Are you ready for the Brown Dust 2 Stella, especially the Senran Kagura collab with a few new things like Ikagura? Hell yeah. Yeah, like I've been playing Brown Dust like a little bit as well. I already got her, and I'm just doing the event as it is. Like, I'm not really doing much. I'm just doing my dailies and just trying to do all the missions and everything. But yeah, like I'm having like a okay time in Brown Dust and whatnot. But yeah, like always, like thank you guys for just talking to me. I do appreciate you all. So since I am gonna wrap things up right now and such, so I will say goodbye to you all. So have a good day, have a good night, have a good afternoon, whatever time it is on your side of the world. This is Final Music saying goodbye. Goodbye. Also, let me see, we wrote down real quick. You're welcome. Yeah, no, yeah, thank you guys as always. I do appreciate you all. But yeah, goodbye all. Wait, I forgot to do the quick. Fuck. I don't know what I was gonna say. I was like, wait, should I just remind you guys real quick what the next stream will be? But I'm pretty sure you guys already know. It'll be tomorrow at 11 a.m. PST time. That's it. All right, that's all. Bye. Have a good one. See you later. Yeah, bye bye.